Hello, Brampton. Mayor Patrick Brown here. I'm excited to share some incredible news with you. On December 14th and 15th, 2023, the African Union's 6th Region Global, an institution representing all people of African ancestry, and the city of Brampton will host a hybrid celebration like you've never seen before. We are proudly commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity and the African Union. It's a moment to honor our forebears, celebrate the remarkable resilience of Africa and its diaspora, and acknowledge the progress made despite significant challenges. We're also marking the 50th anniversary of CARICOM, the world's longest-standing integration movement among developing nations. This is a milestone worth celebrating, and we're doing it right here in the city of Brampton. I'm thrilled to announce our collaborative partnership with the city of Brampton. Together, we're bringing you 2 days of festivities that will unite government, officials, business leaders, policymakers, and civil society. Luminaries from our city and the diaspora all together. It's a time to connect, reflect, and celebrate the rich heritage that binds us all. Join us on December 14th and 15th as we come together to honor the past, celebrate the present, and embrace the future. Brampton, mark your calendars. Let's make history together. See you at the hybrid celebration of the African Union's 60th and the CARICOM 50th year anniversaries. Together, we're stronger. For more information, visit www.au-6rc.org.
All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is George Chukwu. We are here celebrating the African Union 6th Region Corporate Business Conference here in Brampton, Ontario. So we are about to get started, but before we get started on this, I want to talk to Dr. Carlo, who actually is the chairman of this organization. So last night we had a gala night that was so fantastic. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce you to Dr. Carlo. Dr. Carlo is the chair of this 6th region, and we're having this African Development Conference here today. So in just 1 minute, we're going to be bringing Dr. Carlo to the scene. He will tell us exactly what we're going to be expecting in this conference today. And Dr. Carlo, so here's Dr. Carlo here. We are live around the world. I want to welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for being talking to the world about this sixth region business conference that we're having in Brampton. So what is this all about, and what brought about this particular business conference that we're having today? Can you just tell the world about what we did last night and what we're doing here tonight?
Well, once again, it's just like it's quite an exciting moment. We this year is the 60th anniversary of the African Union, which used to be Organization of African Unity, then moved to African Union 20 years now. So 60 years accumulatively, and we're excited for the milestone. A lot of people don't know what the African Union is about and what they have achieved.
Yes.
And
He's on air.
So that's what is happening. So we have the celebration closing the year with different activities. And the theme for this year is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the implementation strategy. And of course, a lot is happening in the continent, but they want the diaspora to do that. So we're bringing on again, it's a hybrid with the CARICOM. We've been doing 50 years. Everything is about trade right now. We say we don't want aid, we want trade. So
Yes.
don't talk to us about aid.
Aid.
But talk to us about
Trade.
So we're here talking about trade and investment. And thanks once again to the city of Brampton partnership. Brampton being the only city that is focal point for the continent of Africa and on that. All of them coming through.
That's right. Okay. Well, thank you so very much. Thank you. Right, so that's Dr. Carlo, the chairman of the African Union, the sixth region. So we are about to get started with the program right now. So you stay tuned, and we'll be intermittently be coming to you to do some commentaries about what is really going on. So thank you so very much. I'm yours, George Chukwu, the CEO of Afrocentric Media Inc. And today, you're coming live from Toronto.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I have your attention? May I please kindly request that we take our seats photographs at our front.
No, don't worry.
Please make yourself
Thank you,
comfortable
Chairman.
and kindly take a seat. We can get started. About time on 11 o'clock. Please take your seat, please. We can continue the conversation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Please take your seat so that we can maximize our time. So we're here for time now. So I would really appreciate that we just take our seats. We can continue the side talks later on. I really do appreciate the fact that there's been a lot of mingling and chatting and networking and all that. That's what this is all about. Just being here to networking and talk about opportunities and discuss business and all that. So we're really happy to be here today. And once again, starting off by thanking the city of Brampton for this great partnership with the African Union 6th region, of course, as we celebrate the African Union 60th anniversary, as well as the 50th anniversary of the CARICOM. Why don't you put your hands together? So it's not an easy thing until you are part of governance and leadership and politics and policy, then you understand that it's not easy for an institution like African Union and CARICOM to have come how far they've come. So it's something really to celebrate, and we are happy how far they've come. And as I tell people all the time, the regions might not be where some of us want them to be, but they are not where they used to be. So a lot has happened, and we are so happy and so proud. So once again, we welcome each and every one of you. And I want to look somebody next to you and say, thank you for being here, and you look good. Please find somebody and say that. Don't talk to me. I come all the way from Oakville, so finishing, really use that for the beginning and you are the last to finish and driving all the way from Brampton to that side and coming again this morning, it was quite a drive. With the traffic, you know what that means. But still, yeah, most people were able to do that, and you are here this morning. I need to put your hands together for yourself. So really be here tonight, this morning, and we really want to thank you for, just honoring the time and being here. I believe that your digestive system is good to digest all the information that you're about to receive today, and because we really want to see what we can do to really move our community forward. And so branches is ready for business, the Caribbean community are ready for business, and the African continent, we are ready for business. And so imagine what that means that we all come together and do what we have to do to build the community that we want and have. Now we have the African Bank, the Africa Premier Import and Export Bank is also in the house. And so you'll be hearing a lot of that today. And so once again, welcome each and every one of you for being here. And I am going to call on our official moderator today, Calvin Sala, okay? But he's going to be coming in to take us through what we need to do. Once again, in case you don't know, my name is Macaulay Kyle. That's the name of the world. Okay? In case you don't know, my name is Macaulay Kyle. Okay? You agree with me? Best name, right?
That's right.
Yeah, then you can. Well, I was talking about me, so you can now say my name also is the best, right? Or you're second to mine. Okay. So if you love yourself, you just naturally love people. That's what that means, okay? So it's not a way for us to have a tight face and look so serious, even though we're here to talk business. Business is not scary, it's friendly. So we want to have a friendly atmosphere, we want it to be relaxed, and we want to have fun today, okay? So I believe that to start us off as a host, I believe in 15 minutes here. Oh, okay. Okay. So he's going to open us up, welcome my guys, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Good morning, my name is Peter Singh, I'm the Deputy Mayor. I'm from the city of Brampton, and a councillor for wards 9 and 10. Thank you for joining us today. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge that we're gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas, the Granite First Nation, and before them, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat. We also acknowledge the many First Nation, Métis, Inuit, and other global indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land. It is my pleasure today to bring greetings on behalf of the city of Brampton. I would like to acknowledge our distinguished visitors here today. We have Dr. Macaulay Kalu, E.G.E. Hilda Suka Mafuze, and the delegates from the African Union 6th Regional Global. Thank you for honoring us with your visit today. I would also like to acknowledge my city colleagues who are here today. We have Allison, we have Amanda, we have EJ, and Claire, I believe is around too, so give them a round of applause. They've really been opening up the gateway into Africa and are really passionate and always telling us that the council with potential opportunity. Just weeks ago, we had a delegation from the Nigerian community also there. So the city of Brampton is a fast-growing, diverse community that embraces energy, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit of newcomers from around the world. You will hear more from my council colleague in a moment, but allow me to say that in my humble opinion, you find no more welcoming, inclusive, and economically supportive home to nurture and grow your business than in Brampton. We speak over 250, we represent over 250 different cultures here in Brampton. We speak over 170 different languages in Brampton. almost 60% of Brampton residents are first-generation Canadian, including myself, pursuing their dream. Brampton has one of the largest Nigerian population in Canada at about 5,000 people. 34 people move to Brampton every day from around the world. Part of the reason we are the fastest growing big city in Canada. The median age in Brampton is only 36 years. And 70% of residents are in working age category of 15 to 64. Over 60% of our population can speak 4 or more languages. So in Brampton, we celebrate our diversity and we pride ourselves on being inclusive. We also are really aggressive when it comes to foreign direct investment. Being inclusive also means putting in place the building blocks for economic growth and opportunity, regardless of cultural or national background. It is a spirit of partnership and collaboration that trade agreement. The door is wide open to enhance our socio-economic ties. Here at the City of Brampton, we are the first Canadian jurisdiction to establish a dedicated team to advance relations with Africa and the Caribbean community. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the African Union on its 60th anniversary and CARICOM on its 50th. Give a round of applause. 60 years is a long time, and it's remarkable to see the accomplishment the African Union has made. Coincidentally, the City of Brampton is also celebrating its 50 years. Next year, since our incorporation. So there's much to be grateful for. All the things that make Brampton so distinctive is our African and Caribbean community. It is part of a growing population of more than 86,000 African Caribbean residents and is a vibrant and active contributor to Brampton's cultural mosaic. We are also committed to creating the conditions for technology innovation here in Brampton, from incubators to accelerators, from angel investors to post-secondary institutions, the innovation district, which you're in right now, called Innovation District, and hopefully we'll have time for a tour. Links talent, educators, investors, entrepreneurs, universities, international startups, and high-growth firms in a variety of industries. In the Innovation District, you can find support for entrepreneurs and businesses of all sizes across all sectors at every age of the journey. As you explore opportunities here in Brampton, I and my council colleagues and our city staff stand ready to assist in any way we can. I look forward to building a relationship between us and the entrepreneurial energy and creativity that you represent. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Please kindly put your hands together one more time for our wonderful welcome address and speech that we just heard. So, and like I said, we are very grateful for the City of Brampton for the amazing what they're doing, and as you heard, as being operated for about 50 years now. Wow, wow! Why don't you put your hands together for Brampton? But just for just some quick updates, just to explain when we started our process, the initial time was supposed to be 11 o'clock. But when changes were made, we actually wanted to start at 10 o'clock. And so I gave them a second email and message that night. They didn't do much good job in counteracting the first message that went out. So a lot of people received 11 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. So I think there's still a good time, and we will be able to catch up with what we're doing. So, but we're going to be moving forward. I know that I have my home moderator. Where is he? Okay. So, but for the meantime, I will be just give us a little quick update. Okay. For those of you who don't know, So the African Union is the premier organization representing the continent of Africa, made up of 55 member states. Okay? That's what the African Union is about. And it's headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That's where the headquarters is. And so every year, you have the member states of the African Union, they gather, they meet together, and they elect a president that governs the direction and the decision making for the whole year. Okay? And so these member states, the 55 member states, they do that, and that's known as the African Union. So when you hear African Union, it's about the president, the heads of states of the 55 countries. And then you have what you call the African Union Commission, which is the administrative body for the African Union. And we get it. So you have the African Union, which is the heads of states of the continent of Africa. So when you hear African Union, is the president. Okay? Then when you hear African Union Commission, you are not talking about the administrative headquarters in Addis Ababa, where you have the chairperson of the African Union, who is given the opportunity to govern for 4 years. Okay? And after 4 years, he has another opportunity. If he's re-elected for another 4 years, and that's it. So, and again, he's been leading for the past 7 years. So this coming year is going to be his last term. He's not going to be contested for election. So it's going to be having a full new leadership from them. Do we get that? History 101. I'm going to clap for me, right? Okay, you got a good lesson. Okay. So that's the thing to understand. So that's the African Union process. Now, the continent of Africa is divided into what we call regions, 5 regions. So you have Northern Africa, Southern Africa, Southeast and Western, Central Africa, South, North, Southeast, West, and Central Africa. So these are 5 regions of the continent of Africa, and these are called regional economic communities. So when you hear about regions, it's all about doing business. Okay? So Africa is not, we are not into AIDS. Okay? Some people think it's all about AIDS. No, we are for business. So we don't want to talk about it. We are here to talk about business. So talk to us about business. We are ready for business. Not only that, that's why we have African back here, because we also have the money to do business. We wanted to engage us, and we have money to also do business. So you're going to be hearing all about that today. So another thing is that not only that we have the 5 regions, the African leadership now found that, even though they knew before, but they've been thinking, how best can we make everybody understand that they are African? So I'm like, really? I'm not sure about that. Yes, you are. Because history taught me, okay? I don't know if you read that part of history. All I know is that history taught me that I began in Africa. So if I began in Africa, which means there's something about you that is connected to Africa. And once again, it's Mother Africa that gave birth to you. And you need to appreciate Mother Africa. I need to clap for Mother Africa. Okay, thank you, Mother Africa, for giving birth to Africa. That's what it's all about. And so since Mother Africa reached out to each and every one of us, sending this love to us, and we are happy that now we have an opportunity to understand more about the continent of Africa and what it's saying to us, and the opportunity that is presenting to us as a people to do business together. And we need to be able to come together to do that and respect Mother Africa that is not ready to do business in a very different way. So having said that, the African continent, for the first time, which has not been done in a long time, we don't have open border trade, free trade movement and all that. And being the biggest bloc in the world, economically, they decided to open them, and now we have the 55 member nations signing the agreement to have an open border for goods and services across Africa, making it the largest economic bloc in the world. And so if there is a place you want to be right now to do business, you should think about Africa, because it's the next thing. How growing our economy as Canadians, okay, in doing business in Africa. And I'm happy today that also the Trade Commission of the Global Affairs is also here, and you'll be hearing about the Trade Commission about how to take advantage of the opportunity of doing business in Africa and also in the Caribbean. Because global affairs is all over the world, okay? There's so many information that some of us don't know, and we are here to receive all that information today. So having said that, just like I said, I just wanted to give you a breakdown so that you understand why you are here today and what is going on. You need to understand the context so that we know what business. Somebody said, why can't I be here? What's going on? You are here to talk about business. And you are here to understand the communication of what's going on within the continent and what's going on within the Caribbean, and more especially what's going on within Brampton, who is ready to do business within the two regions, and more especially Canada as a nation. Remember now, Canada is part of G7 and G20. Canada don't really so much focus on only just bilateral, but they do more of a block business because of their position in the world as member of G7 and G20. So we need to understand the dynamics of G7 countries and G20 countries, what that really means, and the advantage that we have as being Canadians or the Americans in doing business within or around the world. So we will be hearing all about that and understand what that means to us. And again, of course, I'm doing what I can to do a little bit more justice about Africa, but somebody's going to do justice about the Caribbean community. So we have the Caribbean representatives here who are going to be talking to us about the Caribbean. As you know, it's a hybrid relationship. But having said that, why we get into all this? Because the sixth region was born. The sixth region is all people of African descent. Like I mentioned, there are 5 regions. And recently, in 2012, but not recently, 11 years now, so it's not, they're no more. We started talking, we're eating, we're doing all that now. So 11 years, maybe, it's a child, right? Yeah, 11 years. So as a region, a sixth region, we've come a long way. 2012, May 25th, 2012, the African Union, sixth region, was born. The first global summit of all people of African descent. All the heads of states of the world came together in South Africa. All leaders of the world, including Canada, US, Caribbean, everybody, United Nations, everybody were in South Africa to give birth to the whole region called the sixth region. So we are now 5 right now. It's an official region within the continent of Africa. That's another history class that I just did. So when you think about Africa, it's no more 5 regions, it's officially 6 regions. And the 6th region is all people of African descent. And me and you, knowing the fact that other Africa gave birth to us, are connected to them. Interestingly, here's what the African Union did. They say, African Union 6th region, the diaspora, is that every person of African descent or ancestry, irrespective of the citizenship or where you're born come from. And then to move further to say, also included the Prince of Africa, who believe and want to contribute for the socio-economic development of Africa and its people. Which means if you don't see yourself completely as part of Africa, but you see yourself as a friend of Africa, you are also connected to the motherland. So with that, we are all here for the same reason and for the same cause. And I want us to have one mindset, okay, and one voice in what we want to achieve. We want to come up with something and say, hey, we have come up with a great plan for how best we can all collaborate together and make Africa and the world a better place for all of us in the community. Why don't you put your hands together for that? The policymakers and governments and leaders decide to think a way to come together and make things work out. So to that effect, I am going to call on my co-moderator this morning, Mr. Gary, who is one of our key leaders in the African Union 6th region and helping with the economic portfolio. So you have what we call the African Union 6th region, which of course oversees the global process of the diaspora. But the real name who we have is called Economic Community of Africa 6th region. Remember I said we are a regional economic community. So we are actually known as Economic Community Africa 6th region. as one of the regions. Also, it's called Economic Community of Africa, Economic Community of West Africa States. Okay, ECOWAS. Economic Community of Central Africa States. Okay, Southern African Community, economic development. So all that are economic regions. So we are also an economic region, and that's why we're reaching out to the whole world right now as diaspora, bringing everybody together on how best we can do things. So I'm going to call Mr. Gaffney to come and guide us on the presentation that we have to hear. And of course, we have a special guest, which I think you introduce the person who will bring the platform, the capital community, and direct us a little bit of what's going on in the area. So please put your hands together.
Thank you, Dr. Kulu. Put your hands together and lead them. All right, so without further ado, thank you for coming out this morning. And we have an exciting two panel discussions for you. Without further ado, we're going to go right into introducing to you the representative of CARICOM, Consul General of Grenada, Jerry Hawkins.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers. On behalf of the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Mr. Armstrong Lexis, we would love to be here today, but unfortunately couldn't be with us. And on behalf of the Caribbean community, 20 nations, 15 with full membership, 5 as associate members states, I extend the warmest greetings to you on the occasion of the African Union 6th Regional Global Dinner Summit, being held here in this vibrant city of Brampton. I'm especially pleased to have this opportunity to share with you in a moment of reflection and celebration of the 50th anniversary of CARICOM. Incidentally, my home land also celebrates 50 years of independence on February 14th. The presence of the Caribbean and African diaspora community in Brampton has undoubtedly contributed to the rich cultural fabric of the city, its diversity and unique identity. CARICOM and the African Union have long recognized the shared heritage, history, and culture of our regions. I'm confident that this gathering will serve as a significant platform to celebrate the growing connections between Africa and its 6th region, the diaspora. Despite facing global challenges, CARICOM continues to thrive and has the distinction of being the oldest and most enduring integration movement in the developing world. CARICOM and the African Union remain dynamic forces with the determination and capacity to establish cooperation structures to share socio-economic interests. Therefore, the importance of purposeful exchanges such as this event cannot be overstated. They guide us towards partnerships in areas of common interest, including sustainable development, trade investment, and people-to-people connections. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural CARICOM Africa Summit in 2021 marked both regions' commitment to a more permanent alliance. We continue to achieve remarkable progress with reciprocal visits by leaders of our two regions and discussions on crucial matters. Notably, during the 45th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads engagement allowed for discussions on health, digitization, transportation links, telecommunications, security, and reform of the international financial architecture, all issues of strategic importance. Collaborative efforts such as the establishment of a CARICOM office of the African Export-Import Bank in Barbados will provide the community with access to financing for trade promotion across diverse sectors. Exploring the potential establishment of a CARICOM Export-Import Bank and utilizing the Pan-African payment and settlement system for intra-regional payments in the Caribbean is particularly promising, addressing challenges such as de-risking, blacklisting, and issues related to correspondent banking. Building on the conversations regarding the enhancement of trade and investment, the inaugural Africa Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum was held last year in Barbados under the theme One People, One Destiny, uniting and reimagining our future. The forum drew participants from political, business, and finance sectors, representing over 100 countries, including 50 from Africa and 13 from the Caribbean. This year's forum, held in Guyana under the theme Creating a Shared Prosperous Future, provided another significant opportunity to strengthen economic ties and resulted in the signing of various agreements for developmental projects in several Caribbean countries. This cooperative spirit will continue to unite CARICOM member states and African nations, not only at the bilateral level, but also in the multilateral arena where opportunities for collaboration are found. This includes support on matters pertaining to the multidimensional crisis in Haiti, climate change, development financing, and the Bridgestone Initiative, public health, and reparations for Native genocide and the enslavement of Africans. Let us not overlook the importance of people-to-people contact in enhancing our partnership. The African Union's designation of its diaspora as the sixth region of Africa has fostered a sense of shared identity, opening doors to increased dialogue, exchange of knowledge, and joint initiatives. This direct engagement is particularly important for fully understanding and appreciating each other and ultimately empowering both regions to achieve their full potential in the spirit of Ubuntu and Pan-Africanism. As discussions unfold, let us be mindful that our youth, our future leaders, bring fresh ideas and perspectives, essential for paving the way forward. They are innovative thinkers and agents of positive change. Their active participation will ensure that the bonds between our regions continue to grow and flourish for generations to come. In anticipation of the second CARICOM Africa Summit, I eagerly await the outcomes of the event and our continued efforts to build a more robust and prosperous future for CARICOM and Africa. This includes the finalization and signing of a memorandum of understanding between the CARICOM and African Union Secretariats, making a milestone in our relations. Ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, as we increase the momentum in our year-long celebration of CARICOM's Golden Jubilee, we embrace your solidarity and welcome your continued partnerships and support that have sustained us over the years and remain steadfast in our resolve to realize the tremendous promise of a united global Africa. I can assure you of CARICOM's commitment to working closely with the African Union and our partners in the diaspora to build a brighter future for all. Through purposeful and sustained cooperation, we can achieve our shared objectives, unity, and prosperity. Blessings.
very much. Ms. CARICOM, representing the federal government is the Office of the Trade Commissioner, Ms. Priya Balakumar.
Reason, guys, it wasn't looking good. Either we take it down or we fix it because it wasn't positioned right here. Take it down. Sorry about that, folks. Apologies. We were supposed to do that a long time ago.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Priya Balakumar, and I'm representing the Trade Commissioner Service. We are the arm of federal government, global affairs, that works with Canadian businesses to help export their businesses abroad. So we have trade commissioners that are located in all of our consulates, embassies, and business centers around the world. So the Trade Commissioner Service, I work out of the Toronto office. We serve the entire region of Ontario. We're located in downtown Toronto. The services that we provide for Canadian businesses is really to help them gain more new customers, revenue, create innovative ideas, and this version of business works. So we provide funding opportunities, provide marketing research and services, and introductions to companies in local markets. So with the TCS, we really try to aim to build a global network for Canadian businesses that are looking to do business abroad in different countries and foreign markets. We provide market intelligence by our officers who work in these local markets. These offices have been in the markets for 4 to 5 years. Governments and communities to build a network that will then transfer over to our Canadian businesses. We provide funding opportunities for Canadian businesses to help them with their export journey. And this would be small and medium-sized businesses, associations, innovation, and community investments. We also provide business supports by helping with market research, export reports, and strategies as well. So to be able to work with the Trade Commissioner Service, you must first qualify as a Trade Commissioner client. And to do this, you must be a Canadian company that is registered in Canada, have strong economic ties to Canada, and the commitment and ability to scale your business on your export journey. So often we work with Canadian companies that are ready to export. So they've been established here for a while, they have a sense of revenue, and they have the capacity to export on a large scale. We also work with our partners at Export in Canada, so EDC and BBC. So they work with Canadian companies that are still scaling within Canada to grow to be able to export. So if you don't qualify as a TCS client right now, we do help you by serving or referring you to our partners who will prepare you for your export journey. And then we will then take your hand and help you export to foreign markets. So our network is really, really large. We've been around for 125 years. We have over 10,000 Canadian clients every year. And we have over 1,000 trade commissions posted around the world. In the African region, we have a lot of different offices that cover the 5 different regions of Africa, the Caribbean as well, South America, North America, and so forth. We have 160 offices located around the world, as I mentioned, at our consulates, at our embassies, and our trade offices. And in Canada, we have 6 offices. Your main office would be the Ontario Regional Office, where we are divided by sector. So our offices are divided by sector, life science, clean tech, professional services, and so forth. So when you join the Trade Commissioner Service, we will partner you with a Trade Commissioner in your specific sector. We'll then be able to put you in contact with officers in different regions or countries that you may be interested in doing business in. They will then be able to set up meetings with you, and when you do visit these countries, the federal government of Canada will be there to help support you and to support your businesses and create introductions to you to different companies that may be looking for your services. So our network, we have been working really hard to kind of build a national and global network to help Canadians gain that market insight that they may need. So our trade commissioners, they work closely with competitors in the local markets to gain that market insight, to be able to help you when you're entering the foreign markets, to make introductions to you, but also to know where you may fit in, to help you find new opportunities, connect with key contacts. We work closely with lots of different governments around the world, as well as national organizations, and a very, quite a bit of Fortune 500 companies in the US as well. As a result, Canadians are able to expand into new markets and help them by reducing risk, by helping vetting foreign companies that you may want to work with, as well as helping with financial risks. So one of the main programs that we offer is our Canada Export Funding Program. This program allows Canadian businesses to receive a 50% grant to help them export their businesses abroad. So if you qualify for the Canada Export Funding Program and you put in $10,000, the Canadian government will put in $10,000 in grant, which you don't need to repay back. But with that funding, you will have to do activities that will help you export to a foreign market. So you can use the funds to travel to foreign markets for conferences, trade shows, to hire consultants, to write market reports, as well as to get certifications such as WIPI, CAMC, and any other certifications that might qualify you as a minority-owned business, as a woman-owned business, or a diverse-owned business. So what the TCS offers, in the last couple of years, we've really worked to create a champion role throughout Canada. So I myself represent the minority and Black-led owned businesses in Ontario. So I work closely with businesses that fall under those categories. We have representatives for Indigenous communities, women, LGBTQ, and other diverse communities. With these champion roles, we really are aiming to connect with the communities throughout Canada that may not have the same opportunities as the general public. We go out into the communities and really try to network and meet these small to medium-sized businesses and onboard them to provide them these unique services that are tailored to help support their growth and their export journey. We also provide delegations and trade missions to different countries around the world. Sometimes they're sector-based and sometimes they are based on diverse groups. We recently had a women-led business delegation to the UK, and these delegations, the Canadian government sets up B2B meetings with companies in those foreign markets where Canadian businesses will get the opportunity to network and be able to build those connections. We actually have one that's coming up next year for Malaysia and in the Pacific region. And as I mentioned, the Can Export Funding Program is one of the pillars of the services that we offer. We also offer a lot of different resources to help you get ready for your export journey. We have our export quiz, which sets you up and tells you where you are on your journey and how to contact us at each stage. We provide market reports that are well written by our colleagues on the ground in the market. We provide a business benefit finder, which will help Canadian companies. It's a tool that helps Canadian companies find different resources, such as grants, funding programs, and loans that may be fit for their specific organization and the journey that they're currently on. And our offices, as I mentioned, are throughout Canada. Your office here in Toronto and Brampton would be the Toronto and Ontario Regional Office. We are based out of downtown Toronto, just at Queen and University. And when you do contact us, we will be able to sit down with you and do an intake form and a session to kind of see where you are on your export journey and how we may be of service to you. As I mentioned, this is a bit about the Can Export program. Our funding program is tailored right now to Canadian companies that have under 5,000 employees. They need to be making 100,000 in revenue the last year. So these are the 4 different sections. So we have for SMEs, our innovation section, kind of for associations, and for community investments. So community investments would be for organizations that work closely with different diverse communities and helping them to establish different programs that would be beneficial to the community. So as I mentioned, there's many resources for Canadian businesses through our programs that are available online. Before becoming a TCS client, we have our export readiness quiz, our step-by-step guide to exporting, and creating your My TCS account will allow you to connect with our network and trade commissioners around the world. Here, I'll list on the screen at the end. These are the contact information for the different regional diverse and minority-led businesses in Ontario. I will be your direct point of contact, and that way you won't have to go through a general inbox. We are really trying to build a community network by providing these one-to-one relationships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very informative discussion, presentation. We contacted your counterpart, was in a conversation with them in Nigeria, and we learned about what they're doing here as well. One of the major initiatives that will be rolled out as we continue the organization of the economic community for the 6th region is over 1 million jobs. Businesses rather being started on the continent and partnering with mentors in the 6th region. And so we look forward to expanding the export initiative. Thank you very much as we look forward to the continued partnership with you at the Trade Commissioner's Office, and in particular your office as a diverse and minority business representative. Next, we are going to turn our attention to, in simplistic terms, it's the equivalent of what the North American Free Trade Agreement would be. For those of you who are new to this, it's the African Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation. The keynote speaker with us is Collins Bouyak, and he's going to come forward and present to us in further explanation. So while they are working through those technical challenges, you heard the presentation from the Trade Commissioner's Office. Is there any questions that she will be able to, you would be able time to ask those questions? Anyone with any questions? Yes, Janet, please stand. Sorry, I'm just going to say, Fred, you want to just come back and go ahead.
I would like you to qualify for us. What is meant by small business? Like how small is small business? Or how big can a small business be?
Okay. So for the Trade Commissioner Service, our definition of a small and medium-sized business would be a business that has a platform either online or a storefront, and they could have 1 to 500 employees. Their revenue, they have to have been around for at least 3 years to have a Canadian registered number. So we do attend a lot of events to try and figure out the difference, as you mentioned, between a small and medium-sized business. We often attend a lot of events where there's a lot of vendors, and some of them are on the smaller side, as in the sense that they're still promoting mostly through Instagram or small pop-ups. We work more with medium and small businesses that are ready to export. So either they have sales within Canada or Ontario at a regional level, and they're looking to get into a foreign market, and they need to be ready in the sense that they can fill the capacity of the need of a assignment, RFP request, or a sales request from a larger company. So they need to have that capability to fill those export business needs. So I know that many people have a different sense of small and medium-sized businesses, but with the Trade Commissioner Service, because we help Canadians export their business, we want to make sure they have the capability and capacity to fill the orders that they do receive.
So the reason I asked is actually export. We actually have a shipment going out next week to Nigeria, but we're doing it undercover. Because, and I say, are we being recorded? Because of the nuances that's involved with getting the product in legally in terms of, as you say, the certification, etc. But I would definitely come and talk with you.
Yeah, of course. We're here to help any businesses do business abroad, and that's why we have our offices around the world, so that if you're facing any situations that may be with shipping, or even we provide a list of like lawyers on the ground, we provide a list of shipping companies that you can use, and they're all vetted and verified by us. So we want to make sure that the agents have more of a risk-free journey when they're doing their export businesses. So that's what we're really trying to do, is we build that network to provide them with all these resources that they can utilize to have as a risk-free export journey.
Awesome. So, one question I want to ask, one of the government SMEs,
Yes.
the subject matter experts, consumers, what is the designation? Is it SME?
Oh, a small, medium-sized enterprise.
I got a little confused when it was, because normally you said subject matter experts. Now, I contacted the Trade Commission in 2021 to address the issue of knowledge experts. Their skills, training, even the colleges and trying to transfer knowledge to the applicants. And that's not an area they're looking at. And so I basically want to know if that knowledge base is somewhere in the new Trade Commission to look at. Because I've done a lot of work in Africa, and one of the things that's missing is the transfer of knowledge, especially in the engineering side. Worked with United Nations, and been a subject matter expert in Liberia, and also in exporting that knowledge that we have here is something that can be transferred to Africa and the Caribbean, because those experts are there. And so we want to know what kind of support can the Trade Commission assist in people transferring knowledge to Africa.
Yeah, so if you want to do it in the business sense, you would qualify under a professional service. And if you're looking to provide those services to the local African market, we can help in that way. I would say the best thing to do is to reach out to our regional office and put you in contact with the local trade commissioner in the region you're looking to do those transfer of knowledge to. And now I've only been at this office for 2 years, and we've really been trying to do events like this and events on the ground locally as well in foreign markets, where the trade commissioner service is involved with not just Canadian companies but also the local organization, because that partnership is only where Canadian businesses to grow. So I would say if you contact me, I can put you in touch with the trade commissioner in the local market, and they're the ones that are in the market doing sessions, doing networking events and conferences, and they will be able to arrange those events for you to speak at and share your knowledge at.
Okay, you talked about funding.
Yes.
Can you please expand on that? Or give some 2 or 3 examples?
Yeah, of course. So the main funding that we do is called the CAN Export Funding. We have 4 different sections, but the main one that we focus on, because we work closely with small and medium-sized enterprises, is called the CAN Export SME Program. Essentially, you need to be a Canadian business registered in Canada, and for that program, the revenue has to have been $100,000 in the last year. It doesn't matter how many employees you have, but essentially, with the funding, it's a 50-50 grant. So you put in 50%, you put in $10,000, we'll give you a $10,000 grant. With that grant is not going to be paid back. It's for you to utilize to help with your export journey. All we ask is that you fill out a report at the end of your project, so that we can see how the funds have been used and what successes have come out of them. So we've had some companies that use the funds to go to different trade shows where they meet foreign entities that they sign sales agreements with. And when they sign those sales agreements, they then report them back to us at the end of their project so that we can see how the funds have been used. And when they apply the following year, they have a fast track going through the process. You can see that successfully use the funding. So the funding can be used for market research. You can hire consultants. You can travel to conferences, trade shows. You can use it to purchase or renew your certification. So if you're part of WEB, which is Women Business Enterprises, it's an organization that certifies Canadian companies as women-owned. There's CAMC, which certifies Canadian businesses as minority or Aboriginal-owned. And there's a new certification that's coming out shortly with, I think, Sheridan College as a partner that certifies companies as Black-owned businesses in Canada. So with these certifications, especially in the U.S., the Fortune 500 companies, their diverse supplier programs are looking for certification. And sign NDAs, get sales agreements signed, or RFPs. So the funding is really there to help you kind of launch your career abroad. And it's closed right now, but it should be opening. We're hearing from headquarters at around February. So they're open for a couple months. Applications go in, and the Trade Commissioner Service, we do help you fill out your application. So once you fill it out, we can kind of sit down with you and give you feedback on it. It's a very competitive program, so we can offer this to Canadian companies. To sit down with them, provide any feedback that can help make applications stronger. And all services provided by the Trade Commission Service are free for Canadian businesses. A lot of people don't know that any services that we provide are all free for Canadians.
All right, thank you. There will be other opportunities for question and answer as we move forward. At this point in time, we are going to ask for a flagship sponsor for this event and for last night's event. A representative from the Afro-Exim Bank, which is located in Barbados for the Caribbean. So with us is Mr. Ali Jerica, and he's the acting CEO or COO of the Caribbean office of the Afro-Exim Bank. With your answer, please make note of your questions as the speaker presented. We're creating opportunities to take questions after each speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, you can come back to me. Sorry about this. Ignore the time I'm taking what is your friend. So maybe I'll have to continue, so just in the interest of time. First of all, I want to start by thanking the organizers for putting this together, and for all of you for participating. Personally, I would say I'm thrilled by the fact that when we talk about the sixth region of Africa, coming here and seeing people from various African Caribbean countries coming together to really take up that position that I'm allocated to them, the sixth region. So it's important also that conversations are pitched high at the moment on how we can also foster that relationship. How can create a new middle passage, like I would say, to make sure that at least the diaspora has an avenue to feel the sense of belonging to the continent Africa in general. So it is something that's exciting for us. From our perspective, I would say within the past 3 months, a lot of activities have happened to foster this conversation, just to support it and also to enhance the importance that it occupies. First, in Guyana, we organized the African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum. That event alone brought together about 1,400 participants from within Africa and the Caribbean. The next, we had the Inter-African Trade Fair in Cairo, and the number was huge. And in fact, we had a diaspora day for the first time as part of that event. So that means we also had an opportunity to discuss, yes, things concerning Africa and the diaspora and the impact of the campaign. And what this tells me personally is that what doesn't get talked about doesn't receive attention. So the fact that we have actually created forums, created opportunities for discussion of ways of fostering this relationship means that indeed it's going to move from the previous position where it was all talk and then go into a situation where we will now have very concrete actionable items that we implement. I think that's something that I have to start by congratulating all of you for coming in to be part of this conversation. Now, my duty this morning is simple: to introduce a present bank to the community. Something significant happened on August 4th when a present bank launched the Caribbean office based in Barbados. So this was our way of saying we want to lead from the front. We want to make sure that we show the way that indeed there's possibility for cross investment opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean, and also to create a pathway to enable Africa diaspora to have the means of also making their impact felt back home. So that means there's going to be investment flow from Africa to maybe the Caribbean, as well as there's also a pathway where those of you diasporans who also feel touched to be able to make an impact back home will have a partner who can also guide you to invest in very key strategic opportunities back home. Now, a present bank is the foremost African trade finance institution. 30 years old, we started operation in 1993, so this year actually we marked 30th anniversary. And our mandate is simple: to promote intra and extra-African trade. That means working on stimulating activities that will ensure that trade is seamless between African countries, trade activities is enhanced between our member countries. Right. The bank is good. All right. Good. So the bank has the status as a multilateral finance institution. So that means, in simple terms, you recognize that it's a diplomatic institution. And what this does also is to give us the leverage to be able to work with member countries, to be able to undertake financial financing in areas that typical financial institutions may find too risky to go into. So that gives us that start. We can operate like the ranks of the World Bank, the IFC, and the rest. And for us, we have four major classes of membership. And the idea behind the membership also is to make sure that control is retained within the African continent. So that means there are four classes of membership where the board members are also drawn from. So the first class is composed primarily of African countries who signed up to a partnership agreement. So that's the first class of shareholders, we call it class A. Then the class B will be African institutions. Just to give some context, we have like China AC, Standard Chartered Bank, HSBC, and the rest under the class C category. And class D will be for individuals. So that was created to have shared traded. Currently, it's represented by the depository receipt, which is listed in the Mauritius Stock Exchange. We have 52 African countries currently, and after the declaration of the Caribbean, the diaspora we thought about setting up a branch for the Caribbean, and right now we have 11 out of the 15 Caribbean countries signed up to our partnership agreement. And what this signing will mean is that we at our present bank can begin to deliver our services to businesses within the region. And just to highlight, so whilst most majority of our shareholding is by government, our activities and intervention is mostly to the private sector. So we don't see ourselves together. So we see ourselves more as a public-private partnership. We're not a concessional lender. We actually are also profit-oriented in our approach. So that means we're able to foster best practices, we're able to raise funds, and then we're able to go into strategic opportunities and provide financing for them. We have currently about 6 branches. The headquarters got in Cairo, Egypt. Then we've got branches in Abuja, Nigeria, for English-speaking West Africa. We have Abidjan for French-speaking West Africa. Harare is for Southern Africa. Kampala is for Eastern Africa. Yaoundé is for the Central Africa region. And Barbados, okay, so we have the Northern Africa being covered by the head office. And for the 6th region, we also have to create a branch, which is based in Barbados, British Barbados. So that's the story right now. And we see ourselves as we are an investment-rated institution. So that means we're able to borrow at very good rates and be able to target financing to very key sector. Now, the bank is significantly guided by our strategy. So I won't go into full details of them. The first one is promotion of intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. So that's a strategic focus for us. The next is industrialization. Under this pillar, we feel currently Africa has been doing a lot of raw material exports. So we want to see how we can also encourage value-added exports. So I'm not just putting cocoa beans. Employment opportunities also enhance our thinking from the cocoa value chain, if that is something we're using as an example. The third one is leadership in global trade finance. That for us is also something we consider important. That means we can support cross-border trade within the continent. Also to help purchase of essential materials. And the fourth pillar is an internal one, which is called financial sustainability. It helps us, as a multilateral, when self-regulated, so it means we're able to be guided by the principles that we're able to set. We're also able to operate in line with global best practices to ensure that their guidance and things like that. So I'll focus more on the inter-African trade, and that's because it also concerns what we are discussing here on the diaspora, because in our definition of inter-African trade, of course, we include the diaspora as part of inter-African trade. So that means we are promoting the trade between Africa, which should also look at how we can promote trade between Africa and the diaspora. Now, some unfortunate news is, of course, that the numbers of the inter-African trade is dismally low at the moment. That's because it's been ignored for long. The same with the trade between Africa and the Caribbean is also low. As well as, the remittances from the diaspora will also be higher than what we currently see now, because people have interest to identify the homeland, then they're not seeing the anything to surround to it. So for us, we think we have to create this particular pillar to focus on how we can enhance those key elements and increase the number. Now, we think, for instance, enhancing things on trade in goods and services between African countries is paramount. Discussed that when we see that lack of information plays a role in people not being able to trade among themselves. People don't even know what's available in the neighboring country and what they can source even cheaper or even better quality closer. So that is not a problem. Now, we also want to encourage the flow of goods and services especially because what we found out was people operate in silos. There are things that maybe a Nigerian contractor should be able to do in Europe better, but people prefer to go and get something from outside Africa to execute that. So that becomes something we think we should work for improving. Now, we're also trying to improve the scope of what we consider inter-African trade, also include what we call informal trade. Personal example for this is there's something called pay, which we Nigerians used to go to buy in Ghana. So people go in with their money in their pocket, they buy that, and then they come back. Nobody accounts for that because, people pay with cash and then it's unaccounted for. So we think there should be a way to encourage those who are also playing with that informal trade space. What can we do? Creating an avenue for them to be able to make payments. So the man who sells good things, big market in Nigeria is from his pocket is loaded with cash. You get it wrong. So we need to be able to foster industrialization. And I mentioned that which is around value added export, which is definitely going to make sure we increase our strategy. So we think the diaspora is essential. We know that how that strategy about who always comes out. So we stay out, we want them to have who are diasporas, maybe to still find out to identify things that are going on at home. Kind of to encourage, and trying to encourage growth of these sectors, trying to invest, making sure that your investment also is not lost in transit, as we say, making sure actually that she's what we want to achieve. So we pursued this in 2016 under our inter-African trade agenda, and the actual states were trying to see how we can grow our portfolio in that regard. Now, some of the key intervention areas and outputs that we want to see, out of our diaspora strategies, ensure that trade and investment promotion costs, people get to see things that are being done, what they can play a role in. We need to create a channel for you to be able to, enhance your ability to meet
home, creating platforms and supporting those who have also created platforms and support diaspora remittance. And I give you one example. A country like Eritrea, uh, Ethiopia, and so on, they have a lot of dependence on diaspora remittance. That's something that is good. And that's something for us in Africa. While we are trying to encourage it, we also think it's important that possibly we can even lend money to government on account of average diaspora remittance of Africa. Because economic development will travel inside. Another area because outreach that we said is knowledge transfer. I know, for instance, at the time when the medical revolution in Ghana in India was happening, they relied heavily on the professionals who had gone abroad to get knowledge and came back home to apply it. So a lot of diasporans also have one area of competence or the other, which they can come back to the continent with. So we want to also make sure we encourage that. We've actually seen that in some of the footballers, basketballers, opening up clinics back home where they're able to identify talents and be able to also nurture them to be recognized with the global scale. So that's something that we can do as well. For us also, we think research and advocacy is important. We need to be able to know what can be done and what cannot be done. Now, one thing you might find absurd, to say you want to invest in an area those who are investing. So they know not just what they can invest in, but the rules governing those investment opportunities that they are making available. The next, of course, is the diaspora outreach, which is something that we talk about here. We are looking to create an Africa Diaspora Center, which is going to be based in New York. But the idea would be for us to have a center where the diasporans can come in, putting their ideas on the table, support activities that are going to go on and so on. So there are enormous opportunities that can come in where even if you're in a foreign land, you find a place that you can walk in and feel at home. And then through which you can also ask questions, get information on where you can go, where you can go back home. Where your operation is. So this is being done and it's actually being launched shortly. And I also quickly talk to you about the Caribbean Initiative, which is another thing that's happening. Now, I did mention that the Forum of August we launched the Caribbean Office. So this is our own way of leading from the front, encouraging other companies wishing to invest from Africa to the Caribbean to make it happen. And also those who are in the Caribbean who are looking to come into Africa, we also do so seamlessly. Now you would imagine the enormous potential that we will be able to create for ourselves when we recognize how big the market can be able to create that fusion to these two regions. And I also give an example with when the COVID happened. So there was this politics about allocation of vaccines. And the usual practice is where individuals go cap in hand asking for, concessional allocation of vaccine. But for the first time, through the African-Caribbean collaboration, African Bank was able to facilitate the deployment of $2 billion guarantee to Johnson & Johnson to secure vaccines for Africa and the Caribbean. We want to best on this. Now, so that shows that by the time we keep taking this billion to the investment, definitely the results are going to be tremendous, going to be enormous. For us setting up the branch, the board approved initially size for $1.5 billion, which can invest in qualifying transactions. The idea, of course, is to grow that to about $3 billion when we have all on board. So that is ongoing.
we are actually seeing a lot of things that needs to be done. We're trying to see how can we create connectivity on the sea, on the maritime side, on the air side, so that people can actually fly freely from the Caribbean directly into Africa without having to transit to somewhere else. We will be able to send goods also from both areas. And once that is in place, definitely we will be talking about an enhanced trade relationship between these two regions. So these are some of the key priorities that we have. And then we also have some other intervention mechanisms. We want to see how we can use an African payment and settlement system, which is actually in deployed already in Africa. We can also use it in the Caribbean, and of course, ultimately be able to connect the two regions to have a seamless payment possibility. So you're able to pay in local currency and the other person receives in their local currency, thereby making it more efficient, cost effective, and also reduce the overly dependence on the US dollar, which actually is one of the limiting factors of trade. So that's about the Caribbean intervention. And I also talked to you about some of the intervention instruments that the bank has at its disposal, which we're able to use. Now, we see ourselves as a nimble institution. So that means we look at the situation, we identify if there's a gap, and then we're able to also create tailor-made solutions that can address some of those gaps. I give you an example. Recently, we had the COVID. People had, a lot of countries had a problem that because of reduced spending, they stood a chance of being able to miss on their trade obligations and the rest. So we created a pandemic trade mitigation facility to address that. So that's an intervention mechanism. So that's what the way we operate, because we're able to come in, create opportunities, create products, and so on to make that things work easily. But generally, we will have some of our financing products, including things that we call global facility for people who are chance. So that means within the respective countries who are not operating back, we will identify companies who are doing well in a specific area, but who will also take advantage of opportunities in other markets within our other countries. So we're going to promote them, give them support to be able to go in there. We have to get examples in that there are some big construction companies in Egypt who have worked with us also get contracts in some other African countries, and they don't do well through our financing. We have our investment guarantee program. Now, what this does is to give assurance to those who have interest to invest in a certain country, give them assurance that their financing will be safe. Remember, as a global financial institution, who of course has preferred credit studies in most countries, they were able to go and take certain risks that typically investors will be happy to take. So if you have an area you want to invest in, we can be that person we talk to say, how can you support us to make our investment safe in some other locations that where we want it to be. We have the franchising program, which is also something that we are trying to use as an avenue to encourage the growth of popular franchising within the local markets where we operate, so that they can also be adopted in some other location. And I know the likes of McDonald's and Co, they have used similar franchising arrangements to become global brands. So who says we can't create Africa-focused brands as well that can also become a billion? So that's what we're trying to target on this. We also have a project interaction facility program. What this does is to enable the promoters of certain business able to do initial study that is required to bring the project into kickstart the project, so to say. So somebody might have an idea, but it needs to complete the study to find out whether it's actually viable or not. He needs to use consultants and so on. So we're able to keep this project preparation facility for them to be able to come in and develop some of those concepts. I've talked about our guarantee program, so the single guarantee programs where we can also give comfort to individual investors. And we also have our trade facilitation programs. Each of these, the very good work because at a point, we noticed a lot of in African markets by global players because it's risky. People became comfortable with certain risk. They felt we can't be risky country who depends on maybe a different another country for what essential goods like food or something else. So we felt it's important for us to create a program that can also support banks in those jurisdictions to still continue to facilitate the import of those essential goods, and that's what the contract is about. Targeted accounts give them a license credit which they can use to issue and confirm letters of credit for the position of essential materials. Other key products that we have the line of credit program. For the syndication, we're able to also identify where opportunities are, and we look for other co-lenders who can also lend with us. We've been number one co-lender in Africa or in Asia for a long time. So that shows our capability in that area. We have a loan purchase program which we can also use to create finance or create liquidity for those countries that need that. So I talked about the future flow financing program, which is actually something that if you look at consistently how much money that will come in, for example, the diaspora, that would be and how many the government is going to create a advantage of financing from our side. Our project-related financing also is critical. That is very much under our export development pillar, because what that does is also help us create industrial parks where small light manufacturing can happen. So we've done that successfully in a lot of countries, Gabon, Togo, and the rest. And we're actually in discussion also to have some in the Caribbean, because we think the SME are the engine room of the country. So when we create an opportunity for them to be able to manufacture, then they will also, in their own way, enhance employment opportunities as well as increase export and potentials of the country. The center is also what we have created to also help us attract investment within attract liquidity from institutions in the countries where we operate. Now, the usual practice is that funds are kept in New York, where some of the financial centers are meant to be. And sometimes when you come back, you want to borrow. I mean, companies within the country that have still been debited outside. You want to go, and they tell you, oh, 2020, and you will not qualify this. What is it of that? So we think also at our present time, we should be able to create a program that can help us manage some central bank reserves and create a liquidity pool which we can now also invest within the countries that are in our country. So that's something that is also important for us. Now let's look at our facilitation interventions as a present time. Training level infrastructure is number one. I talked about the fact that the issue of flight connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean, for instance, is a gap that needs to be brought. So we need to be able to facilitate that. We need to be able to look at construction of roads that can make sure that goods are shipped from one country to another. So that's our intervention, number one intervention in that area. We have export trading companies. We know the likes of convention, Cargill, there are also companies in Africa that have play similar roles that can go into the hinterland and obtain goods which they can actually also bring out and sell at profitable rates. We are able to support them in that regard. Now, the big one also is the FEDA, which is the Fund for Export Development. Now, what that does is that we, at a present bank, we focus primarily on debt financing. The FEDA is able to do equity financing. So what that means is you have an idea and you need somebody to run with you on those ideas for a longer period. The freedom will be place that you take up shares, you take up a board position to guide and hold those who are behind the project until it becomes profitable and then they get paid off and then then finally, we have the creative and cultural economy program. This is very important for us. Now, one of the key intervention mechanisms there is what we call the creative African resource. We recognize the importance of having the importance of creative industry right now in the development of the economy. In Africa, we have a huge percentage of the population as youth. So that means they come up with ideas. But if there are no platform where they can see those who have made it, get told stories that can also motivate them to do better, those ideas will get to move forward. And we are happy to see that through our Canvas weeks, we'll be able to attract stars who are maybe to come in and see those who are also aspiring to grow and encourage them to become bigger people. And that has actually put a lot of impact in it. So I can tell you, for instance, we have had to also sponsor people to big fashion shows where they were able to display African wear, and then some of the big high street companies were able to sign them up to making those kind of clothing materials for display in the shops. So this is definitely what the creative African is. Africa Trade Fair. The International Trade Fair is something that we have created as a marketplace for African goods. And since we did the first one in 2018 in Egypt, we found out that people actually have been able to sign up deals, which became this. People didn't know what was available in the next country. And we're talking about the boundaries that have held us back for a long time. So people are only informed about what happens in their space. If they don't know what they can get elsewhere. So I'm happy to say that with the advent of the trade fair, the IATF, we have been able to bring people together, we have been able to get people to display what they are able to deliver, and people are now gradually seeing the need to source what they need locally within the continent as against the usual practice of having to do it outside. I will run through some of the other ones in terms of time as well. I want to talk about SME. It's an area we can devote attention to and be able to encourage them. So what we've done currently is either we're financing indirectly through an lending model by the banks, or we create simple interventions where we're able to come in and deliver something to the SME directly. The Quality Assurance Center is also something that is worth mentioning. Why is it so? Is because we found out that youth get to leave the continent. So we talked about our primary export in the global community space. And when they get to those who need them, they will tell them, oh, you need this standard. So what we have done is we need to create centers where some of those quality checks can be done within the continent. So everything is certified. And then those who are buying, we no longer have any excuse to underprice the sellers who are buying. And this is something that has actually been there to another area of intervention that the bank has also played critically in is the construction and medical tourism facility complex. There we are trying to support the creation of medical centers and medicine in the continent. And the goal idea is to make sure we end significantly medical tourism. So it means you, as far as you come home, you have issues, you have a particular hospital that you can go to. And those at home as well, when they have issues, they don't need to say, oh, we have to go to London or like this somewhere else to go to them. Those things can actually plan right there at home. So that's important. Under this initiative, we actually the 18th World African Medical Center of Excellence. The first one is happening in Abuja, it's going to be launched very soon. It's being done in conjunction with King's College London. What we do is we create a standard medical facility, and then we use them because of their expertise to be able to also help us manage it as a center of excellence. And then it becomes something else that once it is successfully done, it can now become like a model, to have other medical centers of excellence. The African Trade Gateway is our suite of online platforms through which we are able to make sure that trade information is available. You can no longer assign a need for trade information. So now technology is the way to go. We think we need to be able to put something on Google, say what can I export to Nigeria, and it gives you something that's valid. Or maybe in Nigeria, it's where can I buy shoes, and it tells you somewhere close by, because information like this are now available. So this is something that we're looking to do. In fact, we intend to take it a step further. So we're not just telling you the business available information, we're also giving you some regulatory guidelines as how you want to do it. And this is something that we think is important. And one key product under this gateway is the Mansa repository. I think what it's about is about creating a platform where we have compliance information on African entities. Those who were championing the risking story earlier on are leveraging on the fact that we don't have information on African entities. So, especially the recent, through this Mansa platform, we're able to upload those information proactively ahead of time. That you now need to validate those who are behind the company that you want to deal with in a country that is, maybe Nigeria, Ghana, or something. You be able to go in there, bring those information freely, and be able to also trade seamlessly. So for us, I think that's important. Before I say thank you, I think I need to also highlight that there are some things that we think is also important on the part of the diaspora. I've alluded to it several times. That's about we are creating a platform where we can also encourage things like diaspora bond, where some companies can come to us and we package bonds. And then that will also leverage on you diaspora, so we can come in and use those bonds as vehicles to invest in our company. And then we also created some other platform where you can proactively tell us areas that you consider interesting, and we can create a fund, funding or fundraising exclusively from the diaspora, where we also have to take a share on the debt side to be able to finance some of those key established areas. That's the way we think we can help you make an impact at home and also feel the real African essence, which is something that stands us out in such a way. Thank you very much.
So we're going to be breaking for lunch soon, but we're going to entertain Q&A at this point in time for our flagship sponsor, which is the Afro-Exim Bank. The Afro-Exim Bank delivers the vision of building prosperity for Africans at home and abroad. And so we're going to open the floor. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to know so we
Can you use the mic so other people can hear? We can't hear.
I'm not a stereophonic voice. I just wanted to know if we are able to get a copy of the slides, because there's quite a bit that I'd like to go through. Can we get a copy of that? Give the email and
definitely. So maybe if the organizer have an email, so we can send to them and then they can distribute it back.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mike's over here.
Okay.
I know the majority of people here. I know the majority of people here right now are looking to invest in businesses. Now, my question to you is that as the African Development Bank, what is your focus on the industrialization of Africa? As you mentioned that, which sectors of industry are you focused on? And I want to take that from you, and then I want to pose a second question to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, industrialization is one of our key pillars. We actually go in conjunction with the local authorities to
identified areas where we think this can happen. One of those opportunities I'll give you is that we created an African Local Initiative, so through which we actually try to create industries that would add value to people that is exported in Africa. So that means we, instead of having to export the raw companies, those industries that we created are now processing the cocoa and putting them into like something like semi-processed cocoa products, which can now be exported easily and be easily also be purchased by those who are actually there for making chocolate and cocoa and get a price instead of having to buy the raw products. So that's an area that we've done. Then we've also looked at creating industrial parks. So with the idea of industrial park, which we created successfully in Gabon and Go, we call it export processing. So what that does is that it encompasses a lot of light manufacturing companies. Thank you. So, yeah, so light manufacturing companies who are able to come into a single location and then be able to produce goods for export purposes.
The reason I ask those questions is that there is a substantial amount of traveling in Africa, especially and you understand the SDGs that are basically promoted in Africa about food security, industrialization. But one of the things that I've found in my travels is the lack of investment in the agricultural side of it. When we have a culture, we have a first consumption in the sense of the people producing the goods there. In Ethiopia, I travel, the land mass for growing down agriculture is immense. But the mechanization of that side is not there. This is what I want here from you as to what type of investment, even from the diaspora, to say that we're going to invest in agriculture in Ethiopia, in Liberia, in Nigeria, in Ghana, to mechanize, because it's not there. And so my point to you as a bank is that you need to target things that people will invest into. And also getting guarantees from the government to say, if we bring these to you, we want a guarantee for you to say that you will sustain it. Because it's painful when you go to these places, you find out you can't find food. And then you want to export what you have, which is a problem. Like I'm working on a project in Ethiopia right now. There's a lack of food in Ethiopia. I think everybody knows that. Same in all over Africa. But Ethiopia has 60% of Africa's bamboo, which is not being utilized. And bamboo is an immense material that if you utilize it as an industry, it's actually known as the gold. And these are areas that I'd like the bank to look into. Okay? And these are areas that people, when they get more information, they'll invest into. You can start a pilot with one country, and from that you learn and continue. Because my experience working with the UN, and especially in Liberia, I learned all the things I realized that the UN is not focusing on doing the right research and understanding what is needed. Like I found out that Liberia was the largest producer of rice in Africa at one time. And now they don't only import. And so all these things are there. But that's why I want to ask you which industries you are focused on. And this is why it concerns me, but I'm retired right now. And being in the manufacturing sector and seeing what is done here and also in Africa, and with the raw materials that we have, how come to not putting the priorities in areas that we know we need to sustain? It's like you mentioned about initiatives for the youth and looking at IT and stuff like that. Well, the way I look at it is that we've got a ladder. And in that ladder, instead of starting from the bottom and understanding what is sustainable, you start maybe the top of the ladder and understanding, then you realize, we can learn anything from this. And this is what my issue is. I'm being here today to try to allow to, you've got the opportunity to change the face of Africa, but you've got to know what's needed. I know there's no flash in Canada and the United States. You see the glitz, but you don't understand what the foundations are. And this is my concern. I'm old now, but it's understanding that if we're going to invest in Africa, we're going to make sure it's something we know is going to be sustainable and for the people. Industrial parks, sorry to tell you, they don't work. Take Ethiopia for example. The companies that went to Ethiopia went there because they get concessions. And because once they make the products, it leaves Ethiopia, there's no actual import back into the country. So you've got to be careful about the industrial parks. And so, understanding that, you've got to be able to say, okay, we're going to concentrate on one area and see if the diaspora will help us. By doing that, I think it will work. I don't think, I know it will. But it's getting the right people to say what they need to. Okay, that's my question.
All right, so thank you very much. It's a very good point that I have to acknowledge that. So you've spoken from the heart. There's something that is heartwarming as well to say. But to your point, is an area that we think is of interest, the agricultural sector that is in the world. And if you also look at the presentation I made, you find out in terms of capacity as well, we are present on only 6 or 7 locations. So that means for us, while we have a food security program, what we actually trying to do also is to use other partners within the value chain to be able to bring those things forward. So for instance, we have an ongoing mechanism where we look at, let's say, the agricultural development institution in the country, and we provide funding for them to be able to use that to support farmers in strategic areas. So that becomes, either be large-scale farmers or even the small-scale farmers. So we now use them as an avenue, okay, to fund these people down. They begin to produce, and then the goods are available for sale. Now, that now fits into the next layer that we are also championing, which is the trading companies, right? So what we find out also is if you look at the agricultural value chain, we find out that sometimes we fund the farmers, and what comes there is next to nothing. Because some people will go in there, they grab the goods at low prices, they go and pack it up and sell. So through the trading company program that we have, we ensure that value that gets to those who till the ground on a day-to-day basis is higher. So that's a way of looking at that. So we realize that there is something that we think is priority, and we will keep working to make sure that we bring those value to ground.
So, all right, can we give somebody else an opportunity, and I'm going to ask you to make your question short and specific. We need to break for lunch promptly on or before 1 p.m., please. We have 10 minutes. I would like to acknowledge that Afro Exit Bank is located in Barbados. And once again, they are transforming Africa's trade. They are a flagship sponsor. Put your hands together for them.
I don't know if I mentioned some of them, so we will be able to mention some of those features. But number 2. Second question, how many small and medium enterprises that you have funds? These are my questions. How many small and medium companies that you're being funds in the creation of the name?
Okay, so the first question on the intra-champs, which simply means African champions, right? So these are people who think have value that they can export within the continent because they have shown capacity in other jurisdictions where they operate. So we have, for instance, some Egyptian construction companies, like we have Rascom, right? So they've done so well. In Egypt, they have a software called Luna, which is built by them and operating, and it's working well. So currently, we are actually financing them also to, support the building of the hotel in Grenada. I know the ambassador of Grenada is here, so that's one of the interventions. So that means they are taking their expertise outside the jurisdiction. This is where they are required. Another one would be like the Dangote company, So you may be aware that they recently launched one of the biggest refineries in the world. Before the refinery, they must have done so well in the cement business. What do we say is that, okay, which countries also require cement as that kind of manufactured? Which countries require the fertilizer that is fertilizer manufactured? And we're able to work with them. They join our trade missions to some of those countries. They're able to identify those that need the services that they provide, and they're able to provide that seamlessly. So that's the whole concept of the interaction. And it's open as well, it's not a closed position. So what we do is, if there's any business that feels tick that box, they also talk to us and get it inside of our interaction. And we're able to help the person get visibility in some other locations where we operate. Now, the second question is on SME. I don't want to say, because I talked about the capacity in the other question where we are operating from few locations, like a wholesale bank, we don't have commercial presence that you see on the high street, you see 5 branches that can run the project. So that means initially we felt, okay, we couldn't do SMEs directly on our own because it will require a lot of hand-holding, it will require a lot of engagement, it will require a lot of on-the-ground presence, which unfortunately mechanism where we look at the banks that bank these SMEs. So we look at the SME portfolio, so you want to invest in 1, 2, 3, 4 SMEs. $10 million, we need $10 million available to you to lend to the SMEs. So that becomes an indirect way that we support those SMEs. Okay, so that's the typical approach that we are talking about that. It's very recently, we've also seen that under the institutional and the creative side, because of the banks find it not to be impressive risk to bank on, we're able to also see how we can get some of those SMEs coming directly. We finance some film manufacturing institutions in Nigeria, for instance. So we are small scale financing, and we have to make exception to make sure that we're able to deliver them. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Johnson, so I have 2 questions. One, it's common knowledge that there's a lot of arguments negative church and the continent of Africa. So I think it's in the neighborhood of 60% of Africa still don't have access to electricity business. So online research we carry out recently. I want to know what are some of the dedicated efforts to upping the energy capability of the continent, number one. And just 2 weeks ago, FDI initiatives that is being oh, yeah. So what are some of the things in place, to address misinformation as well as non,
interject a major and for those 2 questions, if I want to choose one. So we're going to go with the first question you asked about energy.
All right, so the energy, I think is very important for the continent, right? So, lack of energy is being seen and evident even in one of the biggest countries. Nigeria is giving, South Africa is also having that same challenge. So, for us, we have the programs as well that have supported energy development in the continent. And I give you a typical example. So we financed about $500 million for the construction of the Fiji Dam in Tanzania for generation of electricity. And I give you a little story about it. So when we are coming in, the stories were around UNESCO sites, some of the international conventions which actually meant people shouldn't touch such investments. But because we are an African institution and we understood the need to create that possibility to have energy in the country, we able to work with the country, engage all the international bodies to get it clear that was required to do that construction. And we were then able to provide financing for it. So that's an area. So in Nigeria, when also they actually delineated the power arrangement where they created 3 layers: transmission and distribution and generation, right? So we funded a lot of the chemicals as well, who are so that's something that we think is priority. In the Caribbean, we also talking to a lot of the countries to finance a lot of geothermal energy projects. And of course, leveraging on the huge geothermal possibilities in the area, the needs also to be able to provide financing support. So for us, it's critical and it's something that we look at as priority. So if there are projects related to power, energy generation, we will maybe like impress very much on things.
All right, thank you very much. Just before you go, that is the last question that I ask you to entertain in your questions. If you could take those when we're having lunch, that would be great. Lunch is designated for 30 minutes. We're going to ask you to come back, and at that time we're going to have 2 segments of panel discussions. Plus we have our keynote speaker. Please be back probably within 30 minutes. Just before we break for lunch, you have heard that the Afro Exim Bank is located in Barbados as well, and is transformed from Canada Africa's tributary and together for our while we are just encouragement of Barbados, and we heard from the representative of Grenada earlier, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Dr. Nicole Nugent, who is representing Jamaica at this afternoon's presentation. She is a member of the cabinet as we continue the reorganization process. Also acknowledging Consulate General of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, with us, Mr. Mike Singh. Thank you for being with us. Please be back, and we will continue to acknowledge other visitors that are with us as we go into our panel conversation. Have a great lunch.
No.
point where because there's so much more, we take people that are doing that we're using energy crops. And this is, I'm going to tell you how to do this. People, they don't understand if you solar and wind.
Whether it's my as a university, initial 4 years ago, was met with a lot of exactly, and you know what? As I said, I'm going to use that to cook my food. Listen, you wouldn't smell it, you wouldn't, you wouldn't make it different. And we were. Yeah,
when the line comes up. So far, if you can take a look, I know it's from so many of you that are following. We are just having a few intermission interludes. We are having our lunch right now. The program will resume in a few minutes, but I'm welcoming you to, if you have any questions regarding what you have had so far, please put it online, and then we will be answering those questions a little later. So, and I hope that you can stay tuned because we're just having our lunch right now. And once the lunch is over, we will resume our program. And also, we want you to, if you like what you're seeing, just send us some comments of encouragement, whatever else that we need to do. I understand that someone was saying that the microphone could be a little louder. We tried to do that to increase the volume on the microphone, but the individual was speaking a little lower. So we make sure that it is corrected when we come back. So please invite your friends. Let's come together on this particular, um, on this particular forum for the event that is taking place right now. If you look around you, you see quite a few number of intellectuals that came, people that understand, the dynamics of business and banking and other areas. So this is what you're seeing here today. And I hope that you will stay tuned with us because the lunch is going to be over very soon. We'll come back to the second part, which is not going to be too long. So once we wrap up, but I will advise that you give us some, comments, words of encouragement, and also if you have questions, so please send those questions. We'll make sure that we have the moderators or the people that are speaking to give you an answer to what is really going on. This is AU African Union, the 6th region, BRUNCH Business Summit, and everything is going fantastic as as we have seen so far. So thank you for logging in with us and staying with us. Just stay tuned. We will be back. Don't go anywhere because this is very, very important, especially if you're a business person, because we are branching out into countries, trying to develop mutual beneficial agreements, importation and exportation of businesses from Canada, from African countries, the 6th region. So this is what we are doing and encouraging those that are already in import and export business, in manufacturing area, to stay tuned and listen, because you might learn one or two things and you might have questions that you want to ask where you will make sure that you get your answers. So we want to thank you and appreciate you for watching, and stay tuned and follow us. Follow us on YouTube, on Instagram. Follow us also on other areas wherever you're watching from. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then we want to thank you so much. It's been good so far, and we will finish with a very wonderful ending. It's going to be victorious. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Don't log off. We are coming back with the bang that is going to happen very soon. Thank you.
ears to our hello, those of you who are in the Eastern area. We're going to ask the panelists as well to be queued right after this to come on the platform. Our panelists, the Honorable Brenda Foreman, representing CARICOM, Isaac Ulo Wolafi, Business Diplomacy and Nexus, Mr. Ofolabi Oki, for the Africa Diaspora Business Engagement. Before our keynote speaker comes up, we would also, at this point, acknowledge the presence of the Right Honorable Philip Finn, who is visiting with us from the USA and was last night a recipient of the Outstanding Leadership Award. Just put your hands together for him. Thank you. We also want to recognize the Ambassador Ayenka Rodriguez. Is she? Thank you. So, I think she's probably somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so without further ado, we're going to ask you to put your hands together and welcome for us our keynote speaker on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation, mapping a path for enhanced business diplomacy relations. Collins Buyaki, put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're still eating, we're still enjoying, but thank you very much for your time. As mentioned, my name is Collins Buyaki, and I'm a member of the Dreammaker family group of companies. Unfortunately, our main speaker, Isaac, has got caught up in travel delays, so I had to step in at the last minute here. I don't look as good as Isaac, but I will do my best to share some valuable information here. So once again, my name is Collins. I'm a part of the Dreammaker group of companies. This represents over a decade of development. And by development, we don't just mean in the real estate community, we also mean in serving the community. So for those who are not aware, Isaac Ololafe Jr. is the president and founder of Dreammaker Inc. And Dreammaker Group of Companies. He is a Nigerian Canadian with the basis or the vision of building generational wealth within the Black community in Canada and beyond. So this essentially started in the field of real estate. We are firm believers that there are two ways to build generational wealth, one through real estate and one through entrepreneurship. These are the two avenues which we can actually pass down to the next generation. So entering through the field of real estate, we see here the prime development here in 2013. For those of you who are in the Toronto area and are familiar with Yorkdale Mall, Yorkdale Mall is the largest luxury mall in Canada, And that development there is a mid-rise condo right on the roundabout of Yorkdale Mall. So we are proud to know, by the grace of God, we're actually the largest Black-owned real estate development company in Ontario and perhaps in Canada. And a lot of people don't know when they drive by that development that that is actually Black-owned and Black developed, right? So it's a great feat. We thank God for that. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but more importantly, it serves as a reminder to, when we do our outreach to the community and to the youth, that it is possible, right? It is possible to be an African Canadian, or even a Nigerian Canadian, and build wealth and do it in a predominant area where we wouldn't otherwise see the representation. Then we also go through our other development projects east of Toronto in Pickering. We have our 40-room apartment downtown, affordable rentals, and then some luxury product. In 2019, we have our we launched the first boutique hotel by Pearson Airport. Of course, those of you who are traveling to the city, you know how busy Pearson Airport can be. This is one of the busiest airports in the world and also in North America. So we have a boutique hotel and event space there by the airport. And we've actually made an announcement recently that we're going to actually do an expansion on this building as well. So again, we use this as a facility to host financial literacy and other means to actually train and empower those in the community as well. And then fast forward to 2023, again, preaching the message of building generational wealth by launching Dream Legacy Foundation and also having an affordable housing product for our community. So again, a little bit more about Dream Legacy Foundation. We are, again, fostering social and economic empowerment for the Black community across Canada, with our key focuses on cultural identity, economic inclusion, housing, like we discussed, healthcare, education, and research. So again, we're finding ways to now build up our community, as it's an each one, teach one, right? So when we talk about the role of business relations and diplomacy relations, we're really looking at how business diplomacy transcends the conventional boundaries of commerce, intertwining economic negotiations with the diplomatic finesse. So it involves not only the exchange of goods and services, but also the strategic alignment of national interests and regulatory framework, right? At its core, it goes in the context of international trade. Business diplomacy operates as the nexus of political and economic dynamics. It involves understanding and navigating the intricacies of trade policies, tariffs set by sovereign nations. So we now look at how diplomatic efforts can shape and support business activities. So we can look at it in three ways: through trade negotiations, tariff elimination initiatives, and promoting fair competition. So for example, when we talk about trade agreement negotiations, we can look at the USA, Mexico, Canada negotiations, which basically work together between these three countries to now resolve contentious issues, and then resolving to a final agreement to address modern trade challenges and supporting businesses through improved market access and regulatory clarity. So again, an example of that is of eliminating, excuse me. So that would be an example of the trade agreement negotiations between those three countries there. When we talk about tariff elimination initiatives, we can look at the European Union and its efforts in negotiating with various African countries on eliminating tariffs on certain goods that flow between the two continents, right? And then finally, promoting fair trade competition. So an example of this would be diplomats engaging in dialogues to promote competition. We talked about the World Trade Organization negotiations for instance, and the diplomatic relations that happen between two parties as well, in attempt to now promote fair competition between both sides. Now we have obviously challenges, but for every challenge we also have to look to the solution. We definitely have to look at it from both sides. So some of the challenges that we'll experience with the African Continental Free Trade area that we have, some of those challenges include labor and employment regulations, inconsistent regulatory standards, and the lack of harmonized trade procedures. So our former presenter kind of touched on some of that and how AfroBank has now kind of put together, looking to put together a framework to build some standards that the continent can kind of look towards and to build upon. So when we look at labor and employment regulations, some of the challenges cultural differences between each country, although we may seem similar, and we're not just fighting about jollof rice between Ghana and Nigeria. It explains further in there as well. And these are some of the things that we also need to take into account when we look at trade procedures and even regulatory standards, right? So knowing these things, we've now looked at how Dreammaker and Dream Legacy Foundation are looking to overcome some of these challenges. So what we've done is we've actually taken some of our programs that we have here locally in Canada, and we work closely with Nigerian government as well as we're talking with the government of Ghana as well. In discussions to now try and implement some of the successes that we've had here on the continent. So this is our Black Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub. So this Knowledge Hub is again meant as a central hub for all things research to support the Black community. So this program here Black organizations that feed into it. And essentially, we're conducting enough research and gathering research and information from the Black community. And we're essentially using that to now build a network mapping ecosystem. So at any given point, any entrepreneur can now tap into the ecosystem hub and get access to funding, get access to mentorship, get access to other Black businesses that may be on the other side of the country, but be able to now have that centralized hub where they can now come together and now build off of each other. So essentially, you can think of it as building a village within the Canadian context, right? So that's one of the programs that we're in contact with on the continent. Then we also look at tech and innovation. As we all know, Nigeria, and Ghana, Kenya have huge tech, and South Africa have huge tech innovation hubs. So what can we do to now bring some of that expertise across on the continent? So we already have an agreement or a partnership here with former university, Wellington University, and the DMZ incubator, where we support Black entrepreneurs. We give them access to resources, grants, and funds as well, networking opportunities. So again, we can now take this concept and bring that onto the continent, and then further foster the future generation of tech founders that are coming out of Africa. So as you saw earlier, we are very heavy, or our foundation began in real estate. But one of the fundamental issues and concerns that we have in Canada is we have a shortage of skilled trades. So we have now said, okay, how can we now help feed this shortage of skilled trades and also help the Black community invisible minority community here by empowering them to get in on the action on the grants and all the funding and all the shortages that we have in skilled trades. So we've developed this program here where we have our micro-credential program where we bring youth ages between 16 and 30 into this program. And then through this program, we now train them on skilled trades. They actually come out to our development sites and learn on the job. And in a sense, again, we are and we provide them with opportunities on how to set up their business, how a business is structured as a entrepreneur. Right? So not only just coming in and working for another union, but they also have the opportunity to now build a business themselves. So if we can now take this model and also help and package it for the African context and provide a solution on the ground, working with the local governments on how we can build up a skilled trades program. Again, our lead sponsors here mentioned the boom in terms of the industrial boom that we're expecting, that's needed in terms of infrastructure. We should now be able to have programs like this where we can now work with the youth and give youth employment and provide them with the skilled trades to prepare them for the next revolution that we actually want. Rather than having contractors and partners coming from other foreign countries and take up all the skilled labor, why don't we now put in the money, put in the resources to train locally so that they can now come in on the projects themselves that we're building, which the diaspora will now hopefully one day be a part of as well. So these are some of the other collaborations. We also have a tech division as well. We're looking into vertical farming and agriculture. Of course, infrastructure and housing is one of our key areas here that we're looking to now work with foreign governments on. We look at, of course, somebody touched on solar as well earlier, and power generation, and of course, transportation. Right. So the goal is basically knowledge sharing, training, and youth employment, and collaborating with local partners. So taking everything that we've done here and being able to adapt that and provide that in a local context in a meaningful way for the locals for the promotion of building Africa, and obviously now that we're now transiting into other countries and improve trade relations amongst countries on the continent. So this is an example of one of the projects that we have ongoing with the government of Nigeria, and basically establishing a world-class sickle cell center in Nigeria. So we have a great relationship with Sick Kids Foundation here, which is one of the largest nonprofit organizations in Canada. And essentially we're now in that partnership to basically create this sickle cell center in Nigeria. This is just some more information on the equipment and manpower infrastructure requirements there. And then finally, we have some case studies. So we have, again, on our tech division, we have entrepreneurs, again, that we're building that entrepreneurial spirit and providing that training as well for Black Canadians. We have this company, Trees. So Trees is actually founded by another Nigerian, now joined Nigerian Canadian, and they essentially have this tech startup here on the transportation space. So these are all, this is just one of the examples where they have now come through our incubator programs. We've been able to get them resources, networking, and funding as well. One thing that I did not mention is Isaac is also a co-founder of BKR Capital. BKR Capital is the largest Black-owned venture capital fund in Canada, specifically with the mandate of providing funding and investing into Black-led and female-led organizations in Canada. And so we can now we build an ecosystem where we can now bring entrepreneurs from the grassroots level, provide them with resources, funding, access, locations as well too, to actually operate business, and then now graduate them into the companies that actually want to take it a step further and get into venture capital investments. Here's another example as well too with another company called Corridor. Very similar story, and they've now both companies have now gone on to receive other investments from other multinational investment companies. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. That is my presentation. Try to make it short and sweet because I know we're full.
You did a great job. We won't be taking questions right now, but you'll be in the panel right after this, and then we'll hear from you again with the opportunity for Q&A. Okay, I've been hearing multiple persons saying, I don't quite understand how to get plugged in. So is about. So I'm going to ask a few representatives to quickly come up here. I would like to call Dr. Barbara Stewart. Is she available? No? Yes? Maybe so? With her, Vivian and Dr. Finn. And Paul, sir, come up here. And let's start a demonstration here quickly. So, the reorganization that I started with Dr. Kalu back in April of this year, what we have defined is that the AU6R has three primary focus. Focus number one is global. So this is global. We're using Dr. Barbara as a representation of the global office. There's a whole office behind or with her. Of course, we're putting Dr. Kalu to rest. He's so utilized, so we're not going to bring him up at this time. So here is Dr. Barbara. The global the focus of the global office of the AUC is to speak with the 11 organs of the African Union. Say after me, the African Union is like the European Union. African Union. Now you only get it when you say it 3 times. The African Union is like the European Union. One more time. The African Union is like the European Union. Okay, let's get this. Only bigger, and we won't say better at this time. Okay, so that's the global office. She speaks to the 11 organs representing the interests of our people globally in the diaspora. Because we are the 6th region of Africa. Does that make sense? Yeah. Good.
My office, the president and the head of government in the Vatican as chair.
Awesome. Thank you. Come on. And then the second area is national focus. How effective are we as a people in speaking on the behalf of African Canadians in Canada? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how organized and effective do you think we are? 2. 1. Well, I leave you to decide. That is focus number 2. So here is powerhouse Vivian. Is in Ontario, right? I think British Columbia is next on board, and the other provinces will be coming on board. But put your hands together for Ontario. And it's not only Ontario, because nationally, the national office is separate from the global office. So Ontario is a provincial office, but it's the start of the national office. Does that make sense? Now, another national office or representative is Dr. Finn, who is here representing the United States. And sir, it's best for you to tell us briefly, what has the momentum been like? Now, you gotta go figure, We did all the artwork in the global chapter, in the global office. They got a hold of what we have done, and I'm going to allow you to say briefly, how many chapters, how many states are you now in?
I think we have 22. As a matter of fact, I will recommend our director general from Michigan. Stand up. Our deputy governor from Florida. And our chief governor from New York.
So they would all be counterparts to Vivian. Now you're getting the picture here. Thank you so much. Oh, we haven't even touched Caricom. So the point here that I'd like you to capture is that we are organizing ourselves. This year is 190 years since emancipation. 60 years since the union of the African Union. 50 years of CARICOM. And I'm saying to you, we're not going to take 190 years to do what we have done in the past. The past is the rearview mirror to the future. Are you with me? Are you drivers? We only look at the rearview to go forward. So the next 19 years will be more significant than all of the past 190 years. We honor the legacy of our forefathers, but we do not dwell there. We move forward to chart a new Africa. One people, one voice, one Africa. Stand up on your feet and let's shout. Africa, we love Africa. Love Africa. One more time. We love Africa. So starting January 2024 is the last year of the International Decade of the People of African Descent, declared by the United Nations, recognition, justice, and development. I spoke to a government officer. I said, what are you guys doing? Oh, it's up to your people to decide what you want to do with the decade. Oh, I got it. So guess what? We're going to do something. Starting January 1st, every day for 366 days, we are celebrating one thing: why we love Africa and why we are proud to be Africans. We celebrate Africa. As Dr. Klug says, we celebrate Mother Africa. Long live Mother Africa. We're strong, we're versatile, and we can do it. The third focus. So all of these represent the national and provincial, state level. But here's my brother all the way from the continent. Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, Nigeria. How about having all Nigerians bilaterally mobilized in Canada, in the US, and they are speaking to the continent directly, and initiatives are being created and mobilized, created, and put into action. We're not dependent on governments and grants, but we are beginning to take charge of our destiny. That's the threefold focus. There was a place of involuntary separation, but we have chosen, most of us, the privilege of voluntary migration. Now it's time to mobilize and to actualize ourselves as the largest people bloc on the earth. Put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. Hopefully, that gives you an idea. Now, what that means is Dr. Sam is somewhere around. You're going to meet him on the panel later on. Please bring up the chairs for me. David, you're helping. Of the AU6R. The AU6R is the 6th region of Africa But what you should know, that's the primary purpose of this segment today, is that each community in Africa has an economic arm. And so the economic arm of the AU6R, which was just demonstrated, is the economic community of the African region. And that will be in the US, in Canada, and so here in Canada, David is one of the persons that is working with me and others as we begin to structure that side, which leads us back, sir, to your presentation and to everything that the panelists is going to discuss. Please pay attention, please interact. We're not leaving here with just one talk. The days of just talking are over. Is that okay? Yes. We're going to put some action. Back in Jamaica, they said, it's not about amounts. Action, action, not about amounts. Let's do it. The Honorable Brampton is coming up on the panel. Let's put your hands together for her. The Honorable Brenda Foreman, representing CARICOM, trade and collaboration between CARICOM and the continent. Isaac is not, that's you, Sir Collins. You're representing Isaac, please come up. And he will be speaking to business diplomacy nexus, exploring the intersection between business and diplomacy in the context of the African free trade. And then third but not least is Africa Diaspora Business Engagement, who will be explaining the opportunities and strategic ways of doing business or investing in the continent. Now for this segment, you are going to have 5 minutes. Oh, this will work. We have gone through the morning, you have had lunch, and you're all loving off to sleep. So you have the most exciting time. So 5 minutes to speak from your heart, make your presentation. When I raise my hand, it's the first indication that your time is up. And then if you persist, I will then have to send you a bill in the mail and cover that. That's right. And then this is the part where we need you to be more interactive. You'll be doing a great job. And we are about to just take off to the next level. So put your hands together one more time for our panelists as we're going to hear from them. Come on, put your hands together. All right, great job. So, gentlemen, would you like the lady to go first, or madam, would you like the man to go first?
The ladies first.
The ladies first? All right, since the team spoke first, and they all nominated. Oh, wow, they're so kind. All right,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my explanation will be very brief, because I'm really just here to start to tell you about CARICOM. I've had some questions today already where people don't even know what CARICOM is, what it stands for. So I'm going to give you a small rundown. So CARICOM is the Caribbean Community. It's an intergovernmental organization, and it's political and economic union of 50 member states. I know we said that earlier, and we have 5 associates. Their primary objective is to promote economic integration and cooperation amongst its members. So there are 4 main things that they do, or pillars. Coordinating economic policies and developmental planning, devising and instituting special projects for the less developed countries within its jurisdiction, operating as a regional single market for many of its members. Okay, that would be a CARICOM single market, which we can go into later, and handling regional trade disputes. So in a nutshell, that is CARICOM, and 50 years, it is where we are today. Now, I want to tell you about some of the things that we've accomplished over those past 50 years. The Caribbean Development Bank is one of them. Caribbean Court of Justice, which means we no longer have to go to the Privy Council in the United Kingdom. major things. Anything that has to do with us as CARICOM countries, we deal with, Caribbean Court of Justice. Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency is another one. Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility is another one. The Caribbean Examination Council, something we're especially proud of. With core education system, we have one of the highest educational systems in the world. And the Caribbean Reparations Commission, which was started 10 years ago, is something that we're especially proud of, which will lead me to tell you about our collaboration with the African Union. We just did a conference in Ghana last month regarding reparations, the African Union and CARICOM, hosted by the president of Ghana. Huge history was made. So this is something that we are planning. We are also thinking and making people, and they are our future. So this is where we're going to be heading, and collaboration is key. So that's why we're here today. I think that's it for now.
Wow, that's it. Thank you very much. You didn't pay better than the others, so you're still a shrimp. They haven't started as yet. All right, so now you have to live up to a standard. There we go. You did an excellent, who was there last night? Wow. You did an excellent presentation. Put your hands together for it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Afolabi. I'm going to try and do this in 5 minutes, and it starts now. I believe in the vision of the one people, one vision, one voice, one goal, one Africa. But I'm just going to go straight to the points that I want to give. In 2022, about 45 billion, inflow came into Africa in different, about top 10 countries, with Zambia being tops, right? And then what Africa has to offer is we have to look at the market potential, the natural resources that we do have in Africa. It's enormous. And if you're not playing in Africa, I don't think you have truly started. The great potential of Africa, as you look at the infrastructure, the deficit in infrastructure, and also look at the technology and innovation, is really growing, particularly in Nigeria. I'm going to share with you some stats, right? Then if you look at the opportunity, workforce, very vibrant workforce. There's engagement, this workforce through investments and education and skills development and job creation is something that is very critical. Then we'll look at trade agreements, which gives us access to regional and global markets, okay? Then strategic steps. What are the strategic steps for you to do business in Africa? You can't just rush into Africa because you feel like doing so. You need to establish partnerships, with local companies. Leveraging local networks and partnerships will help you to succeed in Africa, particularly Nigeria, because I'm from there. Understanding the regulatory environment is also very critical, because if you do not understand the regulatory environment, it's really very difficult for you to thrive. Then fintech and digital solution, okay, it's some area that you can look at that impacts investing in when it comes to social responsible investment, i.e. healthcare, education, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture is an area that you must look at as well. Now, skills transfer and capacity building is something that is currently lacking. Engaging in initiatives for skills development is something that is critical in Africa. Upskilling the African workforce is something that's obviously needed as we speak. Now, what are the risks that needs to be mitigated? Addressing security and political consideration is something that is very important. Looking at the comprehensive risk assessment, establishment of contingency plans, engaging with local stakeholders and geopolitical dynamics, monitoring all the policies around Africa, and professional guidance and collaboration is something that is also important. the target, the transaction value for the global digital payments market is projected to be worth 11.29 trillion by 2026, right? The fintech sector is estimated to reach about 1.5 trillion annual revenue by 2030. Now, US saw fintech funding climb according to for 2/3 of global funding in first quarter 2023 reached about 36 billion. All right, there was a fall between last year and this year because again they're a bit more tricky now. If you look at just the fintech alone, number of active startups in Africa alone between 2023 and 2030 will probably grow by 32%. Fund raised in the last 8 years, startups have raised about $3.6 billion. Now, African fintech startups raised just about over 600 million. Key drivers of fintech growth in Africa, there's youth population, financial exclusion, internet penetration is quite huge. Unemployment in Africa is also what is actually helping this to boom. Now, just to quickly zoom down to Nigeria alone, Nigeria has the most populated fintech market in Africa, occupying about 32% of the market in 2023. Now, the payments and remittance about 59 fintechs, the lending and financing about 43 startups. Now, number of Nigerian startups, if you look at the number vis-a-vis the revenue, it is across into Nigeria, for example, abundant natural resources, Nigerian market, strong financial system, strong skilled workforce, high return on investment, technology and innovation, infrastructure, diversification efforts, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. God bless AU and God bless Africa. I think I've been able to do that in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
You did a great job.
Awesome.
You used up the time from Brampton. Well, you did a great job. We're not going to allow you to speak at this point. Would it be better if we take questions as you just spoke and give us a sense of where you're going? So I want to open the floor for the burning questions that you have. For this Q&A segment, we are looking at about 15 minutes. So please keep your questions one question at a time, one question per person, allowing others an opportunity. And make the questions specific and brief. All right? And then likewise, our respondents or panelists who'd like to go first? Any question?
I have a question for the person that's forgive me, I've forgotten your name. Colin? Yes. Colin, you mentioned a youth-driven initiative. You mentioned that the youth-driven initiative. I represent a not-for-profit, one of my many hats, but a not-for-profit who's focused on youth. So I'm wondering how I can connect with you to collaborate, because what you're up to sounds, something that both of us, we speak the same language from that viewpoint. So how can I get in contact with you?
So this contact is a part of the team that is to start with being able to help you with the presentation, etc. You're on our material team. Yes. You're already contacted. All right?
Amazing.
Awesome. On that point, if you'd like to be a part of what is happening here, please speak to myself or to another person on the floor, Janet, anyone that is standing on the panel coming up. We have members of the leadership team. Ezekiel is right here. Just reach out to one of us and we can connect you with what is happening. Great question. Thank you. All right, next person. All right, no questions for Carrington, no questions. What I would like to speak about, to ask you specifically, is as the economic community, one of the things that we would like to see is that the wealth of our people grow in the diaspora. Persons struggling to own a home. When there is an RSP initiative, I say this to somebody and they're staring at me like headlights are going off, like, what is even RSP, right? And we know now the government has opened up the door for RSP to be used, for example, to fund another person's property, but not your personal property. How do we begin to work with your organization? We don't want to reinvent the wheel, guys. Destruction of black civilization tells us everybody's doing a little piece in our own place. And, we're not coming together to make it go faster, bigger, and better. So, is there a way for us to calibrate, and us meaning AU6R through the economic arm, to begin to ensure that every single person of African descent has the education and the opportunity to own their first home through an initiative we're proposing through EcoStar that's called Home Ownership Made Easier, Home. And then secondarily, if you own your own home, we want to ensure that you can have access to having an investment property as a result of that home through the real estate investment plan. Is that something that is doable in working with your organization, having the experience now? Is this your microphone? I'm sorry, I didn't practice.
Great questions and great points. So, as mentioned in my presentation, home ownership is one of the critical pieces of building generational wealth, and I think that's why there's such an emphasis to create solutions for our people. So definitely, yes, there is an opportunity to collaborate. One of the things that through our research and through the other home ownership programs that exist in Canada, we found that there's no real support. So for us, we have always been rooted in education and each one teach one. So when we became a partner with Habitat for Humanity and Black Wealth Initiative for the Home Ownership Bridge Program, it was very imperative that we also provide what we call financial literacy. So it's great to have the families that actually do qualify for housing, but there's going to be, we recognize that there's going to be an even larger amount of the community that still have no idea how to get into the market, what they need to improve to get into the market. So what we've done is we've actually created a financial literacy program to support those who actually don't qualify for the program, so that they now know and they're educated now on how to actually fix their situation or address their situation to now come back into this program or any other affordable housing program, or to actually enter home ownership in conventional route. So the educational piece is huge. I'm a mortgage broker myself, so I see it every day. The RRSP initiative you're talking about, you can actually, one of the things we teach you can actually still get an RRSP loan from the bank. Any individual can. And you can contribute up to $35,000 of that RRSP loan towards your first-time home purchase.
Right, so I just want to interject, I hear the passion. So the question here is, your organizations are already doing this education, and therefore we at the EcoStar level do not need to reinvent the wheel.
Correct.
We could partner with you to go faster. Okay, awesome. So the RSP, for example, that he's talking about, we even know it's the easiest loan to get in Canada. Why is that? It's self-security. You don't even need to go home, not having an RSP. Thank you very much. All right, going to, questions are now emerging. That was one of my questions. All right, so, husband before wife. In this case, she's usually the one asking the questions.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
And this is to both the representative of CARICOM and to you, sir. Sorry. I hear the message, building wealth owning a home, good education, all that is good. But my follow-up question is, what is CARICOM doing, and if you are also, for the Caribbean people when it comes to health? There's a big disparity with access to public health care in many of the Caribbean countries. And I'm wondering if this is in your mandate.
Okay, so not particularly. Each country is responsible for their own health system, but the CARICOM group is putting together something which we call regional trade and health. So right now, there are funds being raised to that effect. And we do have Honorable Minister Grenada. Your minister was talking something similar in his last speech when he was here regarding the health issues in countries in collaboration. So this is something that there is no official plan made yet, but they're in the process because we realize that is very much in line, especially with climate change. Those are the two major things on the table right now.
That's a great question. So that is one of the mandates as part of Dream Legacy Foundation. I'm not sure if you saw the collaboration we have with Sick Kids Foundation and the hospital that we're building in partnership with the Nigerian government. So we're essentially creating an institution here for our people and leveraging the other institutions that are now partnering with us to now create bigger programs and access for everyone as a whole. So that, again, our partnership with universities, Sick Kids Foundation, has now led to a center in Nigeria on the continent. So we're looking to build more of those partnerships and those opportunities. But right now, I can say the immediate focus is on skilled trades, research, and housing. But healthcare is still there. We're just kind of shifted for now temporarily. But we will get back to it. Thank you. Health as well.
Regarding health, CARICOM recently launched it's called the Caribbean Cooperation Health Initiative. And it represents a new approach to improving health conditions in the Caribbean by mobilizing all available national, sub-regional, and external resources. The initiative will help Caribbean countries address the most important health problems of the neediest groups, so that they're concentration of resources and targeting areas of need with various countries. But generally, most of the countries are all ramping up the capacity to deliver quality health care. In the case of Grenada, for example, we are embarking on a teaching hospital, partnering with St. George's University. That's in Grenada, has been there since 1976. They have already chosen the site and they're moving full speed ahead. Other countries in the region are doing similar. Ghana, for example, they are building several new hospitals in Ghana. All of the countries are already ramping up because you need a healthy workforce. And if you want to develop as your option and to transform your economies, you must have that people. So the Caribbean leaders, we have a new cadre of Caribbean leaders who are focused and serious about moving the Caribbean forward.
All right, awesome. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I own a small business, employ about 10 people. One of the challenges we have is within the sign industry. Sign industry is, at the moment, moving towards being recognized as a certified trade, a skilled trade for sign fabricators and sign installers. One of the challenges we have is that I find people from our diaspora tend to be either my best employees or my worst employees. But they don't come with a lot of trade, a lot of skills, a lot of training. Now, do you partner with companies to develop those skills within house? Because I wouldn't mind bringing out a couple of employees and training them if I had. I know the government does a little bit of that, but if I could train people with hands-on and on-site. I learned this trades, learned that I find that, well, within our industry, there are a number of ethnic groups that are overrepresented. And I find that we are severely underrepresented in that industry. So that's, well, we're not a certified trade at the moment, but the Ontario Science Association is moving towards trying to certify that, and I'm working with the executive of the government to try and get there. But we're not there yet. So what can we do today? And who can we partner with today to try and get, more of, and especially when you said immigrants, I hire, and sorry, this is supposed to be a short question, but this is a little background. So I have a number of employees who don't speak English very well, but they're really good trade people because they come from Iran, they come from China with the skills, and so we can accommodate them. So, I might have been a loss. That's the way to go.
Okay, who would like to take that? The microphone up here disappeared. Let's go.
This is not where I was heading, but I actually, in my last line of work, recently had some meetings with Ontario Skills Trade. They are developing programs, and then you can reach out to them directly because they're looking for people within the minority community. They're also working with Africa and the Caribbean CARICOM to get the certification programs, which includes languages. So they can actually help you with that. And I have a contact that I can probably give you after.
And I would add to what Brenda said. Vivian is probably floating around somewhere, or we could refer you to her. The government do provide some funding for you to even bring Africans in from the continent. There's some incentive for that. So there is some way of getting around that. It's probably outside of here.
Check.
We just have time for one more question.
Concerning this question.
Okay.
So, I believe that the government has a program that we call the project. Okay? And then the project, yes, and you can get in contact with me later. So what it does is that if you identify potential candidates that can do that job for you, but you need to train them, then they have that training, and then you train that staff. So the other aspect is if they have to go through the Better Jobs Ontario, which is not that long a process, okay, whereby they now go through learning centers and then go back to college to go and train, but it's no longer dedicated to their adults free. But the project is specifically for a company that identifies the potential of somebody but collaborate with a trade college to come in-house and train like what we call the daily type of training. What is called the daily type of training, whereby you bring the expert will now say, show me how to do this. And they are looking at your line, okay, your production line, and reviewing and showing people how to do it. So the cost for bringing the experts to come into your office, into your factory to do that training, the government will give you back that cost. It's part of what we use to provide.
You can always speak to him, he's an income advisor. We're going to give the panel any final closing remarks. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I was waiting patiently.
That's the patience.
The question is actually for you. You stood here and you said 365 days.
66.
66? Okay. What on board. I just haven't filled out my application. I'm sold. But I want to know, because quite frankly, this auditorium should be full. The event yesterday that I came to, it should be full. I'm sure the money was paid out, and I saw the amount of food that was not eaten. So that means the banquet was there, but there was not enough bodies to partake of the banquet. So I don't want to come next year and to see a half a room and food being wasted, because then I'm gonna have to bring a truck and then ship it somewhere. Because a lot of food was wasted last night. So what is the plan for 366 days?
Wow, okay, I am not speaking on behalf of the 86 or at this point in time. I will share with you what is within my heart, and it's yet to be, we're still in discussion and conversation. But the proposal, like you said, is that our people are uninformed, uneducated, generally speaking. Those of us who are in the trenches, Honorable Brenda and all of the other dignitaries that are here, really, you're all working so hard on the front line. But respectfully speaking, it's the masses that is going to help us to move this momentum forward. And so my vision is that we need to start with education. And what better way than to mobilize the media to say, a small blurb, 5 minutes or less video, about one thing we can be proud about as Africans and about Africa. Believe it or not, I was in a conversation earlier this week. The woman is from Kenya, and the phrase she said was, I feel like a victim of my circumstances. And when I speak to people, to my colleagues in the diaspora, there's just a general sense of hopelessness because they're not aware of the good things that are happening and the people that we can be unless they see positive role model. So I believe we need to do short clippings of videos. And we're not talking about Black History Month. It has become another type of something we don't want to go into. We want to have African history all year round. And what better way to do that than in 2024, the final year of what they said, the UN said, we have the right for 10 years to have an international decade of the people of African descent, recognition, justice and development. They have identified us as the largest people group outside of Africa. Yet still, what have we done to spiral that message? And I'm saying, let's create every day one significant thing we would like to celebrate and circulate that on social media, in our mailbox, whatever. You know, so that's one idea. The second idea, quickly, is to also contact the state government, the premiers, and of course the US has their equivalent statuses, to compile in a souvenir book or some sort that we're going to record this for the generations to come. There was an international decade. This is what our people have done for 190 years, for 60 years, for 50 years of CARICOM, that we can have that message and get it to the next generation. Let's see.
May I put a proposal to you, sir? Can I put a proposal? Sure. Thank you very much. I'm a pastor in the city of Brampton here, and I'm just pulling from the model that Jesus left. Each and every person in this room right now have at least one gift. At least one. Some have more. The majority of people right now don't even know what their gift is. So if you don't know what your gift is, that means you don't know who you are. If you don't know who you are, you won't know where to fit in. So when we talk about Africa, and you want us to discover Africa, give a promotion with Africa and discovering who you are. Now, when you have skilled people that know how to sit with somebody and help them to discover who they are, now you're adding value to every person. Because this is one thing I say to the congregation. There is no spectator
in the house of God. You have to be able to participate. Therefore, you have to be able to know who you are. Look at how many people in this room right now. Do they actually know who they are and what they're capable of doing to actually push the initiative of the African Union? Because when you talk about 166 days, that means you got to be doing something that the number will triple and quadruple. Can you feel me?
Absolutely.
All right.
And so we need a partnership like yours. Says we have one session.
Excuse me, I still did not get my question.
I thought you were.
Because I have the mic, I've been so nice. But it's very quick, and you have alluded to it. This question is for the Honorable Brenda Freeman, and I just wondered, I almost don't have to ask this anymore. It's the grassroots. I'm from Jamaica, and I have relatives. When you say to them, we're all African, men are African, they're Jamaican. It's a problem. It's a problem. So we talk about the grassroots, and how do we reach that level where they can identify and understand the importance of why we need to look at not just the fact, it's been so divisive for our community. I'm Trinidadian, I'm Guyanese, I'm this, I'm that. And we're not looking at ourselves. So we need to reach to that level. And I think what you're alluding to might just be the beginning of doing that. So how do you answer my cousin Jennifer, who says, "Mina Jamaica, Mina African, Mina Jamaica"? All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'll agree with you on many, many levels. I live within that zone, I call it no man's land, where I was born in St. Kitts, and I get the same thing when I talk to my family. They say, I'm not African, I'm Egyptian. And then because of my work and the fact that I work with my business partners are African, my main business is African Fashion Week Toronto, they say, what is a Caribbean person doing African Week for? I get that from, and I got Africans telling me the same thing, Africans from the continent. So I find myself being tugged both ways, and it has been very difficult not getting support from either side because of that. And that is the main reason that why we have not changed the name from African Fashion Week, because it's a white in the African Caribbean. Then think about it. We are trying to make a point. We all are one. And slowly it's coming. So my answer to that question, is I think this is a result of slavery. Okay? This is why we talk about reparations. We need to educate ourselves. We need to bring the youth forward. And I'm going to share something with you really quickly. It's a 10-point plan from CARICOM. And this includes education of our people. Now, okay, so the first would be, and this is going a little bit broad, but just tell you quickly how we can go about it. And we're sharing this with AU because this has been in plan for over 10 years, which is why the first thing is collaboration. Number one, a full formal apology from our colonizers, okay? It's not just about money. Number two, I'm not going to go into all the details, just the small thing. Number two is repatriation to the homeland, to everybody who wishes to go back to Africa. That is part of it. Number three, Indigenous Peoples Development Program. All of this is education because it's going to get to the grassroots. Number four is cultural institutions. So we have community institutions, any from all the way up. Number five is public health crisis. Number six, illiteracy eradication. Number seven, African Knowledge Program. That is key. And that starts from kindergarten all the way up. Number eight, psychological rehabilitation. We need that as a people, every single one of us. Number 9, technology transfer. And number 10 is debt cancellation. So if we follow this 10-point plan, you see how we can eradicate, build, and start anew. Education is key. I don't know if I answered the question, but thank you.
I think that's very profound, that's very good. And that's where, as you said, the collaboration is so free. We need to connect to the people, collaborate, and create something bigger. One more question, and then we close this.
Well, it's more of a.
There's another panel coming up. We're going to have a speaker from the city of Brampton, and then final panel, and then we're at the end of our day. So please, any other questions? Let's refer to this.
Well,
Please go ahead.
this is more.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is more of a statement than a question because I was invited by Mrs. Foreman, and I'm glad I came. And the reason why is because sometimes, it's easy to kind of what I say, despise your dingy looking diamond for shiny black teeth. And the reason why I say that is black people who've always been taught to reject, what we bring to the table. We even despise it sometimes. And we compare ourselves to others. But yet, when you look back, you see that our record of accomplishment stands even when it's denied. And so for us, I think it's important that we look inward and appreciate what we got. Because as a people, when we come here, sometimes it's because we look at ourselves from a silo, like what am I doing? Because it's always like the first. Everybody wants to be the first, but no one wants to normalize the excellence that we already have. And I think we have to get to that point where we appreciate what we all bring collectively. And like I always look at it from the realm of the military. The military is not just comprised of cavalry or just tanks or infantry. You have an air force. You have special ops. And once we start to appreciate all our differences and see the values that we bring, then we can apply it together. And that's what will bring the unity, as you said, for one voice, one people, one Africa. Because as a Caribbean person, everyone knows I believe blue and gold, but I'm also a Tahitian heritage, right? I'm proud Bajan, but I also see the accomplishments of my Tahitian heritage, and I can celebrate that equally. And then I can also put that in the context of seeing the accomplishments of my fellow Caribbean people, and then also look at it in the context of Black folks collectively and what we have done. And once we start to do that, then we can easily come to the table, no matter who we're dealing with, whether it's the Europeans, the Chinese, whoever, not as supplicants and as people begging for a handout or a hand up. We come as equals. As I always say, it's better to be the African buffalo running that 2,000 pounds, 200 deep, when coming to the table of the lion, if you are only 10 deep at 400 pounds per. And that's how we should be. We should not be the gazelles where we're at the mercy and the benevolence of the lion, but where we come as a people saying, hey, this is what we bring to the table. You either like it or you pay the consequences. And that's how we should approach it, and that's how I see us. That's all I got.
Powerful. Thank you. All right. You have a comment?
I'm very good.
I stepped out of the room momentarily, so I'm not sure if anyone
We're keeping our next speaker. We're going to have, sorry, before you proceed, we're just going to go into the response from the city of Brampton, East Brampton. Right after this, we're going to ask him to be ready. Uchi or
I make a suggestion in terms of implementation. We had a lot of great ideas, brilliant ideas, thoughts, visions, plans discussed here today. I would like to suggest, as drawing on my community organizing experience, that it is imperative that we take all of these great ideas and knowledge and information, actionable information, to the grassroots. We need to take it to the churches, we need to take it to the community organizations, we need to take it to the indigenous local radio shows and stations. And until we do that, conventions, meetings like this one will not do it. We have to take it out there on the ground to get to buy-in and to engage the folks who can make it happen.
So that is perfectly received, and that's the idea we need. We need in touch with everyone that is here, that's the role of the AUCSR. And as we demonstrated earlier, there's a global focus, there is a national focus, and we are looking at the bilateral focus. We will be in touch with you, with your offices. Thank you very much. Before this panel exits, though, my brother made a very passionate presentation from the continent. He flew in to be with us. And I wanted to ask you, what is your primary call to action from the presentation we made? We heard about the volume of remittances and all that. What is that you're asking us in the diaspora to respond to that?
I think first of all, one of the good principles of money is, or wealth, is to follow the money. The truth is, why would I, as a Nigerian, want to transfer money to my next door neighboring country, Ghana, and I have to dollarize it, and it has to be through dollar? I think I want to transfer $100 to Ghana, and I have to convert my naira to dollar first, and then transfer to Ghana. They charge me $20 on top of that. And then, so why can't we, and that's part of what I'm working with the Central Bank of Nigeria, for example, and we're working with the one and other central banks. Why can't we have, as Africans, our own currency that is denominated, and we can do exchange within ourselves? And we can truly follow the money, and we will be our own institution and become a force where we have our own currency, we determine our rates, we determine everything. And then outside of that, if you don't want to do business outside of us, then we can start talking about exchanging with dollars. But within Africa, we need to promote one currency, one vision, one people, one big Africa. Thank you.
So with that said, I'm going to go over and see Sandra, we already know, and list your name on the financial institution. All right, thank you very much. At this time, Invest Brampton, where are you, sir? Thank you. Be attentive to, I know we're over time, we know we're another panel. Please, let's make it today. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We're very pleased to see you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that the day is fast spent. I know we may be tired, but I want to assume that we're still very excited for the opportunities we have. I will keep mine short. I have quite a number of slides, but I'll just keep it down to the first 9 slides. And I'll be very, very direct and specific. Most of what I'll present will be high level. It will give room for Q&A and also for us to be able to network and exchange more information. So I'm still available. I will have my business card and do back and forth email to share more information. But it was important to talk about the city of Brampton and what we do to support businesses and how we are currently positioned as well to support the African and Caribbean markets in achieving both the single market economy in the Caribbean and also the African continental free trade area in the continent of Africa. Firstly, I want to congratulate the AU on the 60th anniversary celebrations. I know it used to be called Organization of African Youth, and it changed to AU. So growing up, I used to always have this in my head, OAU, Ogadu. So it's really good. And also congrats to both the Caribbean Consular Corps, I worked closely with them, and the Caribbean community for 50 years. When it was celebrated, I remember that the Council Corps came to the City Hall, and at night we had the City Hall lighted up in colors. I'm sure that Amanda will remember, she was there as well. So thank you very much. Now, I'll just speak about the City of Brampton very briefly, and I'll be speaking about the City of Brampton in terms of its people, the place, and our practice. And like I said, I'll keep it very high level, and I'm available to take questions, I'm available to network later. Now, for the City of Brampton, we tend to want to answer this question: why should I do business with the City of Brampton? Invest in the City of Brampton, and also why that investment would lead to a greater reinvestment in both the continent of Africa and, of course, the Caribbean nations.
Now, first of all, we'll talk about Brampton's people. Brampton is truly diverse. We speak over 100 languages, and we have over 200 cultures. Now, when this is mentioned, it does look like a simple statement, but it's not. There are big cities in Canada that actually speak only one language or two languages. And for business, that is not an advantage. So when you have a city that speaks multiple languages, have multiple cultures, what it means for businesses is that is the city you want to be in. Because no matter your market audience, no matter your coverage, no matter your type of business, once you have a city that is truly diverse in culture, languages, in people, in practice as well, you want to invest there because it means that somebody that will be focused on the product or service will be in that one city. So Brampton has this as an advantage. We are also Canada's 9th largest city and Ontario's 4th largest city. We are currently about 700,000 people. And our advantage is we are right in the middle of the GTA. Hello? Are we together? Can we please sit down? I see fellow Bramptonians in the house. If you live in Brampton, could you just wait for me, please? Bramptonians. Okay, so while you wait, they come sit down. It gives an advantage. So the GTA has about 8 million people. In a province that has about 14 million people, that's close to 40% of Canada's population. So that is a business advantage because we have the most population in Canada. So no matter your business, once you have access to first 8 million people, then 14 million people, that itself is a big advantage. Now, we have our median age currently at 26, and we are currently close to 21 post-secondary institutions. Now, all of them are within 1 hour's drive from Brampton. And this itself is an advantage because Canada boasts of one of the best educational institutions in the world. And half of Canada's graduates actually school and reside here in the GTA. So for businesses, you're looking at having available workforce that are large in number, that are equipped, and are trained to work for your companies. And some of the schools we have around here include University of Toronto, McMaster University, University of Waterloo, Sheridan College, and Algoma University. Interestingly, Algoma University is just a walking distance from here. And Sheridan College is about 7 minutes drive from here as well. Now, over the last couple of years, the Brampton immigration population average has been 24. Now, when you look at Canada's median age, which is 41, and our current median age, which is 36, what this means is now we have an average age of 24 coming into Brampton. So over the next few years, our own median age will drop. So that will actually make us the youngest big city in Canada in just a few years to come. That again is an advantage for businesses. And of course, let's talk about Brampton as a place. So Brampton is in the middle of North America's second largest information and communication cluster. That is the stretch between Toronto to Waterloo. It's 112 kilometers, maybe under an hour's drive. That itself is an advantage because vast pool of workforce. So this $250 million is just the IT industry. So think about other sectors and how many people are available to work in this space as well. When you consider how important logistics is to businesses, you look at the circle there. Brampton is close to Toronto, just about 25 minutes from here to Toronto downtown. And then we're also closest to the largest and busiest airport in Canada, and also Highway 401. I'm sure most of you must have applied on Highway 401. It's North America's busiest highway. And the interesting thing with that highway is when you journey to the east, you go into all other provinces in Canada. When you journey to the west, in an hour 30 minutes, you'll be in New York. In 3 hours, you'll be in Michigan. And these are hubs in the United States. And we know that the US is part of the North American economy that is the largest in the world. Now, you can also just fly from this airport, and in 1 hour, you can be in New York, Boston, or Chicago. Now, for a business person that has successfully expanded to the US, what that could mean is you can actually do your business here in the morning, hop on a plane, go into New York, do your business in the morning as well, have lunch, take a walk in the park, and be on time to come to Brampton and have a date with your spouse, with your partner, or pick up your kids from school. All in one day, discussing two key nations of the world. So Brampton has an advantage that gives businesses as well. And so we like to portray that when we talk about Brampton. Also, we have one of the largest intermodal transport systems. So, Brampton is the hub for the railway line in Canada. 60% of Canada's commercial goods either pass through Brampton or hub in Brampton. Again, when you think of business, that comes with multiple advantages. And University will have its medical school established here in Brampton in 2025. That work is currently ongoing. They have a location, they are currently building that location, and the good thing with that school is it ties into the new cancer dialysis center in one of the hospitals. So by 2025, we're going to have medical students here, undergraduates and postgraduate courses, and that further opens Brampton up to the entire medical ecosystem. So it's one of our proud moments under our medical technology aspects. Now, also, we have certain schools here that have key programs that establishes fundamental availability for businesses. Sheridan College, for example, has a Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Design Technologies and the Magna Skill Trade Center. Now, if we know the company Magna, it's one of Fortune 500 companies. They're actually a very parts manufacturer. And right now in Brampton, they have a new 500,000 square feet location where they will produce batteries for electric vehicles. Now, we know that electric vehicles is the future. Just a few years ago, before COVID, you had one in about 10 to 15 cars as an electric vehicle. Today, you have one in every 5 vehicles as electric vehicles. Wow. And so Stellantis, that will manufacture electric vehicles, is currently retooling part of its plant. So by the same 2025, they will start rolling out the first set of vehicles. Same thing with Magna. In the next 1 or 2 years, they will effectively roll out batteries that will serve the electric vehicle industry. So everything about Brampton is an ecosystem. Nothing leaves Brampton, and we are very proud of that. And it actually makes doing business in Brampton very affordable because nothing is taken out of Brampton. Our practice also makes us very unique. We are a forward-thinking city. So what I do for the city is I do foreign direct investment in African and Caribbean markets. So aside from events like this where we market Brampton, I also travel to talk to businesses and invite them over. I was in Jamaica 2 months ago. I was in Kenya just last week. And we do the same thing, talking about Brampton, bringing in businesses into Brampton. So we have that also as a unique advantage. We are the only city in Canada that has a dedicated office, a dedicated desk to the African and Caribbean markets. That's right. That makes us unique.
That's right. Come on.
So there's a reason why this event is happening in Brampton. Support we have for Black-owned businesses. And so that makes us really unique. Brampton was also named one of Canada's best employers by Forbes this year. Actually, in that category, we are number 1 in terms of the public sector. So amongst government establishments, the city of Brampton ranked number 1. And then on the general list of companies, we actually ranked number 18. So that means something about the city of Brampton is just very, very right. And we are building on that as well. We've also consistently gotten AAA rating in terms of security and reliability of investments. Now, what this means is, to do business with Brampton, your investments are secure. That rating places us very, very high. In fact, that is the highest rating you can get as a municipality, as a province, or even as a nation, in terms of attracting foreign direct investment, in terms of doing business, in terms of even modeling your business retention and expansion in your given locality. Brampton was recently named one of the best Canadian cities to invest in. Again, the model we run here makes us consistent with our practices, consistent with our support, and everything we do to encourage businesses to come in here, stay, thrive, and expand as well. We are a supporting partner for the Global Talent Stream and the Global Skills Strategy, which are visa streams for businesses. So what this means is, in case you have a business already in Brampton, just if you want to get quick support in terms of staffing and the whole employment process, procurement process taking time, we can support you to attract that needed resource internationally. And this process usually takes minimum 2 weeks in COVID, but that because of backlogs, it will take a little long. So in case you're a company and you need to attract a particular type of staff, the city of Brampton can help you through these models to attract that person with a work permit to come in here and do that job for you. Wow. So Canada is also a member of G7. I know Dr. Carlo mentioned this. An advantage with this is we are the only G7 nation that has a trade agreement with all other G7 nations. We've got a total of 15 trade agreements with them. What this opens up to businesses is you have access to 51 nations and also access to at least 1.5 billion people. And you know that we have the longest unguarded border with the US. Again, your businesses can very easily go into the US and by extension into Mexico and India. So Canada gives its advantage, and the city of Brampton is saying you should come and leverage what we have to access this market. So as a business person, the sky is your limit once you're doing business in or with Brampton. And of course, what people used to know as the downtown Brampton go, I don't know if you walk down to the train station, everybody came to the train station. Okay, so it's just a walking distance from here. It used to be called, downtown Brampton train station, but now it's called Brampton Innovation District train station. And we pride ourselves on our innovation district. It's just a circumference around here because we have partners and public, private sector, schools, and those that conduct research and development to further support businesses with cutting-edge technology. And so that is pretty important. I did promise to just share my first 9 slides. These are just a summary of the industries we have and how those industries contribute to the economy of Canada and how much innovation district. It's an award-winning innovation district. We are just one out of 70 cities in the world that are actually designated an excellent innovation district in the entire world. And mind you, there are about 4 million active cities in the world. Only 70 cities have this designation, and the city of Brampton is one of them. So that is a very big deal for the city. And of course, these are just some of the companies that are in Brampton right now and that are expanding. And some of those companies are actually Fortune 500 companies. What they've invested so far over the last 1 year is billions of dollars. And so it's a big deal how we support businesses in Brampton through our business retention and expansion model. And of course, as they say, no work and no pay makes Jack a dog born. What we have in Brampton is not just to attract businesses. It's also to ensure that when your staff comes to work for you, and to raise your family. And we consistently update these facilities. I'm talking about recreation centers, parks, access to community events, access to funding for community events, and access to various meetings and town halls where we listen to what people want and we adapt our structure to ensure that everything about Brampton is working. That is why since 2021 we've consistently gotten one of the best communities to live in Brampton. We offer these services as well. Once you do business in Brampton, you can help in location, you can help with services, you can help to speak to property owners, buy property, if you want to get office spaces. We do have a lot of benefits that we give to businesses as well. That is part of my team. And like I said, this is called high level. I'm available to take questions, and talk to you. And I just want to assure you that should you be thinking about where to locate your business in Canada, the city of Brampton is telling you to come to us because we are very unique. So once again, thank you very much. I welcome you to Brampton, and I'm available to take questions. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from this presentation?
Excellent.
So at this point in time, the final panel conversation, here are the panelists, represented by Dr. Sam Tita. He is with the Global maximum of 5 minutes for their presentation. Next is Dr. Nanda Lubuki and Pan-African Engagement organizing the concert, and he will also have 5 minutes. with them. Is our flagship sponsor once more, and he will be exempted from a presentation, but he's open to questions based on the previous presentation. Is that okay? So we're going to ask you to come and speak to the panel, and we're going to ask Dr. Matthew Lubiki if he could go first. He's speaking on the Pan-African engagement, Pan-African historical background, as it relates specifically to trade and socio-economic development. Put your hands together for him. And followed thereafter will be Dr. Santito on economic opportunities and challenges.
Okay, so I met Sandra, Barbara, and Kalu, Brenda, some other people in Ghana during the Accra Liberation Conference. It was a great moment, and then an invitation was extended to me by Barbara, and then I thought I could be in town, and then they decided to put me on time. So I had the privilege to speak, and then I see the opportunity to be here, so I want to thank you. A wonderful moment, I listened to everyone, it's a beautiful moment. I want to change the topic of my presentation. Because people are tired, and that's not the moment to give a lecture about the history of Pan-Africanism. But the only thing, a couple of things I want to talk about. The African Union is supervising or overseeing a number of initiatives. When I listen to people speaking here, one thing which is a problem in our community is that we don't know what other people are doing. The information is not circulating. And therefore, we have the feeling that people are not doing what they're supposed to do. So, Dr. Kalu spoke about the diaspora conference in 2012 in South Africa. I am informing you that in 2025, South Africa is going to organize another Africa and African Diaspora Conference in South Africa. That's one. Number two, I've spoken about the Accra Reparations Conference. Number three, South Africa is going to launch the second decade of the Agenda 2063, which in the line Pan-Africanism, contrary to the Lagos Plan of Action 1980, the Treaty of Abuja 1991, NEPA 2003, and there are a number of flagship projects about the African, the Agenda 2063. And Togo undertook two initiatives endorsed by the African Union. So everyone is talking about the African decade of the UN, but there is an African decade that many people are not aware of from 2021 to 2031. And then so that we can see the opportunity, a decade of Africans and African diaspora, so that we can coordinate everything that we are doing. So under the auspices of the African decade, Togo is going to organize the 9th Pan-African Congress in October, from the 22nd October to the 25th October 2024 in Lomé, the capital of Togo. I was at the launching ceremony of that event in May, and then South Africa is one of the countries supporting the initiative, and I was appointed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Togo, His Excellency Professor Wellington, the chairman of the scientific committee. So there are 6 regional conferences that are supposed to be organized. The first one took place in South Africa, December from the 4th to the 5th, 2023. The next one is supposed to be for the diaspora in Brazil from February 26 to February 27, 2024. So this is going to be about restoration, restitutions, and reparations. And then some of the people I've met here, invitation will be extended to them so that we can continue the conversation. So the one last thing that I want to say is that everyone is talking about the Continental Free Trade Agreement. People are excited about it. But the reason why not all of you are doing that, the population of the grassroots or the people, the communities need to be involved in all the plans. If we don't do that, the multinationals that are controlling the economy of Africa are going to be the first beneficiary. Because when you hear about the single African air transport market to the it's going to be Air France, it's going to be United, it's going to be all those companies. The same thing that is applicable to the airspace can be applicable to every other sector, be it mining sector, be the agricultural sector. That's why the population, the communities have to be involved in all of this. Thank you. This is what I want to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. What is my question, sir?
All right, so you are speaking, sir, on the economic opportunities and challenges that is presented by the free trade agreement, and identifying the potential challenges that businesses may face during the implementation process.
All right, thank you. Great question. Let me just, full disclosure, okay? I am deeply biased towards the continent. And so, in terms of the challenges, I will speak very little on any, if at all, because that's where the money is, all right? The African Continental Free Trade Area, this is one of the flagship projects of the African Union. Lots and lots of advantages. What does it mean? We are going to be able to trade with each other now as companies on the continent, because presently trade amongst African countries is about 16%. It's the lowest in the world. And that's because of colonial heritages where goods and services, well, goods, really primary products, have traditionally flowed northwards. At the lowest end of the value chain, and of course they get taken up the value chain and still back to Africa at terrible amounts of money. So one of the major advantages of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is that companies are going to be able to trade with one another. But what that means to you as a company is, whereas I was born in Cameroon, 28, 29 million people. If you were going to set up a company there, well, you're geographically limited to that marketplace. But now, with the African Continental Free Trade Area, you literally have one of the biggest markets in the world. 1.4 billion people, $3.5 trillion in market activity. So it is huge. So anytime you think of doing business in Africa now, you're not thinking about the geographic limitations, 250 million in Nigeria, and 28 million in Cameroon, and a few million in Senegal. You're really looking at a huge market that has a lot of advantages as well, because there are economies of scale now that come into play, because, of course, scale. When you produce at scale, the cost per unit drops, you are a lot more competitive. These are all the advantages that come with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. one of the, of course, offshoots of that is obviously the development of a significant middle class, because as goods are sold, it also means, of course, if a company is producing at scale, selling at scale, it means that people are making money, there's employment that is being created. In travels this year across Africa, I remember being in Morocco and discovering that they have a huge granite and marble industry. And yet developers all over Africa, when they're looking for marble and granite, they look northwards into Europe. That's the way it's traditionally been. I also found out that Ethiopia has a very strong leather goods market. And yet when we think leather goods, where do we go? North to Europe. That's the way it's been. With intra-African trade between nations in Africa, it means that the fellow who's doing marble in Morocco is going to be able to sell across the continent. Those who make solid leather goods in Ethiopia are going to be able to sell across the continent. As a matter of fact, I think it's a Flexing Bank has projected that this is going to create about, we're looking to create about $450 billion in the standard of living in trade amongst African nations by 2035. This is significant, okay? They're looking to elevate 30 million people out of poverty. So it's a wonderful thing, this Africa Continental Free Trade Area, because what it will do, especially for you as a business person, is put you in a position where, and especially if we work together through the Office of the African Union 6th Region, in partnership and collaboration with the money people at Brampton and our partners here, who have made a commitment. They're saying that if you come with a project, they'll finance it, but don't come with a $1 million project. This is what we were told in Cairo. If it's not $30 million, well, we're not very interested because we're looking for projects at scale. This is what we were told. So it is a great day for African business, and for you. I'm a businessman here, and full disclosure, I'm very biased. For me, the smart money is in Africa, because this is where the return on investment is significant. So we put in millions of dollars on the African continent and continue to do so. And in fact, a lot of you, and this is just about smart money, that's all it is. All right, it's about smart money. I'm very emotionally tied to the continent because I was born there, I was raised there, but this is about smart money. If you want to see returns on investment, go where the cost of labor, as a matter of fact, China itself, which has built itself on a reputation of having low cost of labor, China, believe this or not, is relocating factories now to Africa. All right? So they're doing it, the Japanese are, the Indian companies are, the Australians are, Europe is, the EU is. What are you waiting for? All right? So, but of course, we have a partner here in Brampton as well. We have to, there is a way, it's out of my league to have that. If I had more time, we would delve deeper into it, but like I said, I'm very biased.
Wow. Whoa.
All right, so the key question, please do your question, and I will have our microphone persons in the room right after this. So the Activating Bank is going to speak to what are you doing as the bank, and speak back to what Sam just said, to advance the continental free trade.
So thank you very much. Hi, yeah, it's me again. This is my second missionary journey. So for us, the answer to the question is simple, because we feel the idea of having a free trade area is a huge one. So you're having the biggest common market globally. We're talking about billions of people, 1.2 billion or so people, joint combined GDP of well over 300 million and so on. So the market is massive, and the opportunities are also limited. But the question is, how do we make it a reality? And that's where the big problem is. And I'm just going to my brother. It's not need for us to focus on the problem, we focus on the solution. This is why we are here. So what are we doing as a African bank to facilitate that? One of the programs we created was what we call the African Bank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Program. And I'll put that in context. So first of all, the first time I went from Nigeria to Ghana, I passed through like 2 other countries. I passed through the Republic, I passed through Togo, and then I got to Ghana. And guess what? In each of these areas, you have a border post. So you arrange custom, then you go to the next one. You settle custom, then you go to the next one. And that causes undue delay, and that will actually also limit the chance of somebody wanting to trade across these trade regions, which is a problem. So the transit guarantee program will be an institution where a present bank will guarantee to the customer of the respective countries. So don't worry about even if you're not collecting your tariff at the time the goods are passing the border. Let the goods go because it needs to go fast. But we're guaranteeing you that it will be paid. And in the unlikely event that is not good, a present bank will get good, whatever it is the customer. So that's smoothing things up at the borders. But most importantly, now with the coming on board of the AFCD agreement, the next thing that has to happen now is to say, okay, we are actually looking at breaking those borders. So we now have a borderless Africa. Imagine how that works. So we are not looking at those small, tiny lines in between. We're just looking at a common Africa. Things can move from one corner freely into the other. We're seeing one of the major challenges that needs to be surmounted. The first is that we know that there are countries that are dependent solely on those excise revenue. So how will they adjust? Because suddenly we're saying these goods came from the Republic, it's going to go to Togo, so we don't need to collect duties again because they're already been paid there. So they will have to stop because they're no longer collecting duties as they used to collect as a stream of revenue. So we feel it was important to create what we call the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund. And this is something that was handled by a Brampton bank and the AFCFTA Secretariat. So it's actually launched as a fund, I think it's headquartered in Rwanda, currently is meant to provide support to ease the challenges that we will have at the early stage of the AFCFTA implementation. Now, there are 3 major funds that we've identified that needs to be covered. The first is what we call the base fund. So the base fund will go to the countries to give them support until they adjust, until they work out all the protocols around sharing revenue under the new AFCFTA arrangement. So the countries will be able to draw on that base fund to meet their day-to-day operation, since the receivables from duties have been significantly reduced. So that will be the base fund. Then the second will be a general fund, and that general fund is to enable facilitate the construction of industry, which is something that we think is important, because if you're talking about a common market, one of the decimals that make it work faster is when we are no longer saying that doing raw commodities, but also now doing value-added movement of goods across the borders. So we feel there are industries that need to be built. So the general fund will be targeted, at helping support this kind of industrial enhancement and boost activities under the ACFTA. The third is what we call a credit fund. So it will also be available to companies who are operating in a certain way. It may also be challenged with the coming on board of ACFTA. So that fund is not running right now. So while countries continue to sign up to the ACFTA agreement and ratify it, or while we are also waiting for that to hit the ground, we believe this particular fund is going to be useful to make sure that things work out well. Then the next is that we think
in the business of moving goods across the country, we believe the next phase maybe will be to look at in Africa, 55 countries, we have almost 40 plus. So we feel the next program we have, which is the Pan-African Payment Acceptance System, will directly address that concern because it means a product from Cameroon, we go to buy and stay in itself, right? Yeah, safely, France. And then, I said in Nigeria, we see in Ghana, but the goods most importantly now transit to find this way to us. So payments, free flow of payment becomes the next phase of what we're we need to take it one step at a time. Eventually we'll get there and we'll celebrate it anyway. Right? The third is going to be for us, the Inter-African Trade is just another platform where we are bringing people creating a common African market where people can showcase what they're able to do from the various locations. So you can see that and then you can buy one or two things in Ghana. So these are the key intervention instruments that our President Bank is using to support the ASCFTA program. It's not going to be easy because nothing good comes easy, like you said. So we understand it involves a lot of financial support, and we are trying to do our best in the capacity where we have to support it as we can. But we also will require the financial muscle from the diaspora to support it. There are funds that are created, you feel free to invest into it. And then that will go specifically to address one or two areas that we identify. So let me stop here and we'll be happy to take questions here. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got just a couple of questions. First one, you mentioned that the funds that are available to invest into. How do we find out what those funds are and what the criteria is to invest in those funds? Secondly, looking at Africa and our 40 different currencies. Now, I think we agree within Eastern Africa, the mobile money has been used quite, it's quite in common use, and I think in locations in West Africa as well, they use some sort of mobile money. Would you be looking at an electronic currency compared to maybe some sort of electronic currency? Because everybody has a cell phone. Maybe the guy in the village has a cell phone. I'm sure the Caribbean has a cell phone. So, and secondly, would that facilitate transferring money from here over there and make that a lot easier than using the dollar or other currencies?
Yes, I guess the question is to me.
Yes.
Alright, so your first question is on the funds. So the adjustment fund has been created as an entity. So a President Bank provided part of the seed capital for the setup, and then it's being run. So what it says that to do to now drive the generation of willing investors who can come in and invest, use them as an instrument to support the realization of the AFCFTA. So maybe we can forward the website or something or information of that which can be useful for you to understand how we can make this happen. The next question on the funding, on the transfer. So the investor that you mentioned, we typically move like in countries, so we're transferring funds or we're transferring shilling to somebody else who is in shilling. So that's easy. So that's still national funds transfer. It's pretty easy. Control of that is the central bank region. Where we are having challenges where multi-currencies platforms. So those are the joint platforms can create an avenue for people to identify goods that they want to buy. So you go to Alibaba today, you go to Amazon,
you see something you want to buy, and it's being sold by a merchant in a different country using a different currency. So if there is an avenue for you to be able to make payments, that solves that problem. That makes it easier for you to be able to transact and buy from that online platform. So the mobile phone plays a role of bringing the goods into your view, and then the payment infrastructure still needs to be delivered in such a way that it becomes easy to see. So the common currency one, I think that's more of a policy thing. The central banks need to come together and see a way they can handle that, which we can support. But what we actually want to do from our own position where we sit is to look at what is on the ground and see how we can make the most out of it. And for us, creating this settlement system at least is a middle ground for a start. And hopefully with time, the things will sort themselves out and have single currency that is central bank.
Do you want to respond? Yeah, this one. Okay, I think I suppose I was the first to speak. Maybe I do not put emphasis on one aspect. The African continental free trade area is not the first planned in Africa. I mentioned the Lagos Plan of Action, 1980, the Treaty of Abuja in 1991, Nepal 2003, and Agenda 2063, one of the flagship projects about the INDA project, which is about building a hydroelectric power in order to bring light to the entire continent of Africa. Now we have the African continental free trade area that everyone seems to be so excited about. But the first thing in Africa is there's an imperative to decolonize the economic structure of the continent. That is the first thing. You can be excited about continental free trade area, but those plans that came before, the reason why they failed, there are several reasons, but one of them is what Kwame Nkrumah called the new colonial economies. And then according to the structure, Sam said, everything that we have has to be sold outside the continent. Our manufactured products come from overseas, and then, like I said, all of them are going to Africa. When they're going there, it is in the spirit to take advantage of the potential of the continent to the detriment of the masses. And that's why in the beginning I said that what Dr. Kalu and all of you are doing is important, because if the masses are not awakened and people do not share the vision, that project 2 is going to fail. Angelica spoke about the currencies. I come from Ivory Coast, it's a Francophone country. There are 2 CFA franc zones in Africa, one in West Africa, one in Central Africa. Both of them are called CFA. From Ivory Coast, when I want to go to Gabon or Cameroon, because the CFA that I have in West Africa, I cannot use it in Central Africa. I have to convert that into euros or into dollars. And then when I go to a Central African country, then I convert that to the CFA franc of the region in order to do something. So please, you should not be so excited. We need to know the real challenges that are preventing Africa to be developed. It's not because we have stupid people in Africa. Since the independence of Africa, there are some serious issues, and each one of us, we have to do our homework. We have to know the real challenges and see how we can navigate and do things. To finish, Angelica, when I was talking to him, I asked him, I said, oh, you guys, the Dangote project, and he told me that they were involved. How many of us know what our Bank is doing to support Dangote? I told him, brother, you guys have to do promotion about what you're doing. So my point is, and then the model said it, we have to work in a very collaborative way. We have to share information. We have to know what each one of us is doing. And this is how, as a world, as a team, with all those communities of Africans coming together, then we can do something. And that is the idea of the Pan-African Congress that we are working on, so that we can know what people are doing in the business sector, in the public sector, in the development sector, in the political sector, in the policy sector, so that we can see how we can have a blueprint for the African self-sufficiency and self-reliant development. Thank you.
I want to agree strongly with what you have just said, and to actually add something that is not on the program as we conclude today's activity. So I'm going to be asking Jerry if you can come back with Brenda. If you could help me out here, sir, with a few more chairs up here, I'm going to do something. So I'm going to ask you two CARICOM representatives to come back up here. I know you will ask a question. I'm just giving them an example. So come and ask a question. So remember I told you global. I need you up here as well. Thank you. So global, Dr. Kulu, where is he? Come up here, sir, with African Exim Bank, side or partner answer. Thank you. And then nationally, we have Dr. Naka Lobuki, who just spoke and performed. I hope he captured that on set because that's the idea. Unless we collaborate right there and get that blueprint you spoke about, then all of this is another talk that we're going to keep going for another 190 years, which I'm not going to be a part of. So we're doing something here. So the conclusion of today is we're going to have a rapid mastermind takeaway implementation plan for that blueprint that we talked about. So listen to me carefully. We're going to honor our last question, and then we're going to hear from the rapid mastermind to conclude today. So go ahead with your question. Before you go ahead, sorry, I didn't let's call the name. Nigeria. Where's my friend from Nigeria? Did you leave?
Brother.
Well, you're one of them. Yes, please sit, my brother. And Uganda. Where is my Uganda friend? I think okay, so after exit bank, Dr. Kulu is going to come up at some point. I need it to be coordinated according to what I'm telling you. Globally, Dr. Kulu is a facilitator, visionary of why we are here experiencing all of this. After Exim Bank is the global financial institution for the diaspora, and you both need to sit together. So just shift your position accordingly. And then Dr. Sam is right beside you, so the three of you together, globally speaking. Nationally, we have Dr. Rubuki and Dr. Finn. Come and sit beside your counterpart here, sir. And then the CARICOM is Brenda and Jerry. Thank you so much. All right. And the bilateral was Nigeria. Thank you. You're right here. Largest country. All right. Awesome. So let's go ahead and make the question before we go ahead with your questions.
We turn off the projector.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, since you're all here, I guess that worked out for what I was going to ask, and I had a question earlier when I heard about it. One of the things that I've been realizing is that with the talk of with the AFCFTA and how it works and everything else, one of the things that comes to mind is also how CARICOM even came together, and how can we use the model of CARICOM to help to build on to make the AFCFTA more successful, and then how can we bring it back to create what I call I call it AfroLat, or Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, which is one big regional block that is continuing to grow as part of the global south that has all access to the resources, the intellectual capacity, and everything else that is going to drive the global economy, especially during these times. How can we bring that all together so that it is not, we're not just looking at it from Africa alone, but that whole regional and local diaspora. like I said, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, all coming together to prove as one powerful economic bloc that can now dictate terms and drive the agenda for the world going forward.
So the question in summary is, how can we learn, what can we learn from CARICOM?
Yeah, to apply
it to after.
Okay, then bring it back to,
Okay, who would like to take that question before we go to the rapid master? Sure, go ahead.
One of the things that came out of the recent conference in Ghana and regional in Barbados and Guyana was that CARICOM would be sharing best practices. Like, for example, that they started this 10-point plan, they started these reparations 10 years going in. Part of it that came out is that to share so that we can catch up the rest of whoever we're collaborating with naming AU, AU6, whatever countries within Africa or anywhere else. That way we can get to a level starting point. And I think that could answer so that we sharing on both sides and then build one big general platform.
I think quickly, when it comes to economic development, I don't think that the fate of CARICOM is different from the fate of the African Union. Yeah, because it's the same thing. It's about multinationals controlling the economic life of the African Union and of CARICOM. So not because we are trying to waste too much time, it has to be about the vision of self-determination in every aspect, both in Africa and in the CARICOM.
I do not believe it's simply a matter of taking CARICOM's model. I think what we have here today is a model. The AU, which brings together the various regions of Africa and includes the diaspora, and CARICOM, which brings the region of the Caribbean in an organized and structured way, is here making something good happen. The only thing that's missing, and what we have here today, is the local government being engaged with these two international organizations. So the only thing that's missing right now is the grassroots organizations. So we connect with the community organizations, the churches, the people, the movers and shakers on the ground who are making things happen in any jurisdiction and every jurisdiction. This same model here can work anywhere and everywhere and implement the great noble ideas we have for our peoples. So I think what we need to do is do it again and do it even better, engaging the AU and the regional bodies, with CARICOM, local government, grassroots organizations. We need that.
Okay, so we need to conclude, but this is what is called the rapid mastermind to answer your question. It's not a lecture, and we are all politicians of some sort, and we are all diplomats of some sort. I know that you're highly intelligent, you're proven that point, okay? They have told me we need to get over here. So, however, we want to have an ROI on our time today. So this is what we're going to do. Each person has 2 minutes. You don't have to use it all at once. This question is simple. We're starting from a global perspective. You three, Dr. Sam, Dr. Kulu, CERN, okay, from the African Bank. You're going to look through a global lens. Remember, there are 3 focus: global, national, and national was, yeah, you're from the US. And Dr. Finn, we're asking you to join us up here from the US as well. And I don't see the Canadian rep. Oh, she's over there. Vivian, come up here and try to sit beside your national counterparts. I know it's a small space. Otherwise, we need to discord. And then our CARICOM counterparts are right here. Thank you very much. So, and then bilaterally, we're thinking bilaterally, Nigerians to Nigeria, home and abroad. The question is, what is the number one thing through your lens, through your expertise, what you bring to the table, that you would like to see us leave there, putting into an action plan that as the AU6R that is mandated to mobilize and to bring the entire 6th region together, formulated in a cohesive action plan. What is the one thing? And if I can't write it on the paper, it's not qualified. It has to be one measurable thing that you want us to lead with for implementation, that you can say it starts and it's completed, implemented. My scribe is right here, and if she tells you that she doesn't understand, she can't write it, it doesn't qualify. So stop, think, repeat. All right, who is ready to go? All right, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the AU Regional for putting this together. It was a much needed and most welcome meeting. Also, and I say this on behalf of the Caribbean Council of Ports, all the consuls general in Canada, from the Caribbean, and also on behalf of Caribbean. And to answer pointedly what you just asked, very simply, it is for us to now engage our constituents, the peoples who follow us, who listen to us, that we see us as influencers, and we inform them, educate them on the potential and the opportunities that exist with such an association, coming together of the AU Regional 6th Region and CARICOM and local governments.
Thank you. That is very clear. And can we count on getting back to your office for that conversation to continue?
Certainly, and I'm sure to spread the word.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
At the heart of the African Union 6th region, we are an economic community. And I find that while there's an abundance of emotionality and everything else pertaining to our heritage, the thing that continues to make us weak is a lack of economic power. We already have plans, so there's not a question that we have to talk or think. We know for a fact that if we can empower our people economically in a democratized way, such that people can put money into places and get the kinds of rates of return that is driving everybody down to Africa to battle out in the 4th Industrial Revolution. If we can do that for our people, we will have them. And we already have the plans. It is simply a question of people plugging in.
Okay, so what are you asking practically for?
We need businesses, we need ways of generating revenues. We have identified significant opportunities, especially on the continent and in the Caribbean. We have the infrastructure and the manpower to put these projects together. What we need is for our constituents to plug in so that they can benefit from it. It's not a discussion, it's already there. We simply just want to talk.
Okay, right. So what I'm hearing very clearly is a call for the mobilization of the grassroots constituency. That's very clear. I understand what you're saying, but my brain is trying to translate specifically how do you want that to be done? Is it to then take the initiatives to bring to the people there, or?
We establish simply funds or businesses that people can plug their whatever resources they have into, and we can distribute those into various kinds of investments, particularly on the continent where the opportunities are abundant.
So to establish those ventures here in the diaspora, to gather the funding, to funnel into the continent.
And generate significant rates of return, way better than the 1 or 2% you get.
Okay, so in summary, it's to establish vehicles, and correct me if I'm wrong, to receive investment vehicle, pretty much like what Marcus Garvey did last night, as we saw. You were not there when he funded the steamliner, which is really the equivalent of European in today's world, right? Shares to fund back to the continent, to fund projects in the continent. to diaspora funding vehicles, investment vehicle, to promote funding on the continent. Excellent, thank you, sir.
I think the EU and CARICOM should do a survey and identify the low-hanging fruits, where we can plug in and how we can plug in and make that.
Thank you very much. A survey by AU and CARICOM. Now, we are doing a rapid mastermind, so we're going to keep it going. Thank you. 3 good points. Next person.
All right, so my message is simple, and it is get involved. Join, they say bandwagon effect, right? But this is a good bandwagon to join. Do not stand on the way of the moving train. What is the moving train? It's the movement to get Africans to identify with Africa, no matter where they reside. So that means where you're staying is not an impediment, but no matter where you are, no matter how important it is, you can actually make an impact to the development of the continent. In a little way that you can. I don't even think it has to be some very big amount of money or something. Every little our contribution will count towards developing Africa. Also, not the money alone, but also the skills. The most important message is identify with the people, get involved in the movement, and we will see that together we're able to build a vibrant and enjoyable Africa. Maybe just bring it back to the ground as well, we need to identify with institutions like ourselves, some of the programs that we are sponsoring and supporting. We actually leverage on the financial support to raise the funding that will be required to make this become a reality.
So what is the practical, and we need to process that. Practically speaking, what does that look like?
So
when you...
The AUC region is a viable institution that can galvanize the diasporas and then channel the effort towards development of the continent. So get involved, through them be able to identify, say, what can I do? Okay, so that would be the case of those who are here, going away and finding 1, 2, 3 more people to tell this good news to. Like become apostles to get involved, and they get them interested to also not just become passive involvement, but also be able to make.
Right. So to get them involved, somebody said earlier that someone in the Caribbean, I think specifically Jamaica, doesn't even understand why they're an African. So to get them involved, it sounds to me what I'm hearing you say, we need to have clarity around who is an African and why we need to get involved in this movement and how to get involved. Does that make sense? So I think, Brenda, you spoke about that in some ways as well. So can you write down, we need to clarify who's an African and what is the precise next steps as to why and how they can get involved in this movement through the AUC STAR as a global facilitator. Okay, next person. Yes. We have to leave at 4, so anywhere it ends at 4, we're finished, right? So go first.
Yeah, I would say the thing is, what I really need is to have a model. If I'm building a housing scheme and I want to buy into this scheme, I would have a model house and I say, come and look, and this is what the house would look like. And this is what happened to me whenever I was passing on the weekend. I developed a model to eradicate poverty. I brought unemployment to 0 in my church. Then, when God is done the problem in the 1990s, I took it there. They got excited and took it, and that's what I got to the UN, right? And today, after my work in the UN, I'm going to have to meet a breakthrough to establish over 600 and over in South Africa in the world. There's an initiative of the move. So you have to have a model. So we can talk on the one. Everybody who we invite to come in, 98% of all the people we invite to come in are saying, show me what is in it for me. Right? It's not about being African or Jamaican or Egyptian or whatever the case. People want to know what is in it for me. 98% of the people think like that. Right? And once you can build a model and show them what is in it,
I mean, for them, it was like.
Okay, so I'm clear on what is meant for me, but I can write that down. When you talk about the model, what does that translate to from what you clearly laid out as you have walked through? How does that apply to where we are?
Okay, so as we identify ourselves as African Union states, who are we? We are economic body? What is our diplomatic protocol, right? Do we operate diplomatically as an NGO, IGO? And once you establish that, then of course, Dr. Sam is working on a project. Once that we are off the ground, people say that, okay, I invest in it, I make money, so the benefit is there, the market is there, and as I said, we could get any money back after that.
Got you. So
that's my experience.
What I'm hearing you say is, let's not try to do 101 things. Define who we are, select specific projects, get those working, and then fast track those.
Of course.
Okay, got it. Write that down for me. Okay, we have 5 more minutes.
Okay, very quickly for me, as I say, if you want to hide anything from a black man, put in a book. I think what we've seen, if you want to hide anything from a black man, hide it in a book. The biggest challenge we have as a continent is a knowledge gap. And what I want to see out of this is for us to create a training portal, which I want to be part of, where anybody in the African continent can actually go and learn, learn the difference, knowledge is powerful. The reason why the grassroots don't have the kind of information that's going to empower them is sometimes they don't even know where to find the information. So we will need to create a learning portal under the AU, under the structure. Any information I'm looking for, I can find it. I can train myself, I can retrain myself. And there's a lot of things that we can put in place that, plus certifications approved by AU, and that gives you some sort of, identity to say that we trained under the AU program, and we create that portal, and consistently we can close the knowledge gap that we truly have in Africa. And that will translate to economic empowerment. Thank you.
So that confirms what is the centerpiece of the economic committee. We're starting to talk about private aid is not yet rolled up. So I will be contacting you personally. You heard it publicly volunteer, right? Okay. All right. We have 2 more minutes. Last 2 minutes. Who would like to go?
Okay. Quickly, everything that the brothers and sisters mentioned, we can do that in one word: vision. So that is the thing that is missing. When you talk about Galway, you talk about Nkrumah, you talk about Gold, everything that we're talking about, most of the things they always talk about that. And Africa and the black people, the Africans are suffering because of the before action, before anything has to be about the vision. And there the action about decision you are mentioning are part of a vision. So we need to, that's why I was talking about the blueprint, a vision that we agree upon, and then we implement it. But one single aspect is that people are talking about the diaspora. As we have Angelica here, and you guys are doing some work that we need to promote, and we can help you promote that work. Well, one idea is that you may open accessing them like a diaspora fund. Diaspora fund, and then all of us, we put money there for all the projects that we're talking about. And this is how it can be like, we can mobilize resources. Thank you.
I will be in touch with you about the blueprint, but the point here is a diaspora fund that came out of that. Everything you spoke about is the mission, is the legs to the vision. So vision with the legs that take. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure to be with you. Over to Dr. Blue. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I will not take your time. I think the 2 things I really want us to emphasize on is about we need to have a database. We need to create a database so that we can connect every community together. Because before you will see that Nigerian, they have their association, they're doing their thing, Ghanaian are doing their thing, Jamaica are doing their thing. We need to come together, we need to have a database where we can link all the industry together. And also we need to create a fund where the people that I know that want to have advantage of the continent. We need to have a way that people can benefit here in North America as well. To help their businesses and their business as well. Thank you.
Thank you also very much. It's been wonderful. It's been amazing. It's been informative. And it's been quiet. Blessed. And I want to thank each and every one of you and all the participants and those who found far here to be here today. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Brampton. Thank you, Africa Zimbabwe. And thank you for all our partners and stakeholders who led this great success. Thank you so very much. And the beautiful thing about this, my one take is this: a holistic policy framework that includes communication. We don't publicize who we are and what we do now. There's a lot of policies, but they are not consolidated, they are not integrated, and they are not publicized. We can do this. We have a one straightforward team to drive what we want and build a global Africa that we want. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the business summit is over, and you have had so many people from different backgrounds, the banking industry, the industry, everyone, including the African Union, the Region of Six, from all over North America, from Nigeria, from the Caribbean. Everybody was here bringing in their own ideologies on how to be able to harness what we have as Africans and the sixth region, to make sure that has been held us for many centuries. But it has been a wonderful one. Centric Media Inc. Thank you for watching. Yeah.
Hello, Brampton. Mayor Patrick Brown here. I'm excited to share some incredible news with you. On December 14th and 15th, 2023, the African Union's 6th Region Global, an institution representing all people of African ancestry, and the city of Brampton will host a hybrid celebration like you've never seen before. We are proudly commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity and the African Union. It's a moment to honor our forebears, celebrate the remarkable resilience of Africa and its diaspora, and acknowledge the progress made despite significant challenges. We're also marking the 50th anniversary of CARICOM, the world's longest-standing integration movement among developing nations. This is a milestone worth celebrating, and we're doing it right here in the city of Brampton. I'm thrilled to announce our collaborative partnership with the city of Brampton. Together, we're bringing you 2 days of festivities that will unite government, officials, business leaders, policymakers, and civil society. Luminaries from our city and the diaspora all together. It's a time to connect, reflect, and celebrate the rich heritage that binds us all. Join us on December 14th and 15th as we come together to honor the past, celebrate the present, and embrace the future. Brampton, mark your calendars. Let's make history together. See you at the hybrid celebration of the African Union's 60th